What's up? What's up? No craziness for you there at the start. So, let's have a conversation today. Let's have a little conversation today. So we're gonna start with our word of the day, and I'm gonna go into something else. We're gonna talk a little bit about something today too, but we're gonna go right into the word of the day today. And I do think that it's important to remember that some of this ridiculousness that you're seeing on YouTube and stuff like that. I've said this a million times, and I don't want to say it every stream because it's just going to cause problems, okay? So I'm going to say it again one time. It's literally just Russia. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I don't know how many times we have to talk about it. Okay? Russia meddles with... Yeah, and immediately the confetti starts. Guys, I just... I'm not saying that anymore. I'm not going to continue saying it, okay? You want to know who's trolling beyond the level of trolling where it would harm people, and it seems like that's the general gist of things now. It's beyond me. It's also happening elsewhere. Okay, it's Russia, okay? I've tried to tell you a million times. Donald doesn't seem to give a shit. Okay, the whole point is normally they would do things about this, okay? He ain't doing shit, okay? So, I'm just saying. If anything, he's gonna join in for a while and then fix it and be like, look what I did for free speech. Alright? Like, this is what you gotta realize, okay? Nothing's gonna happen except him just trying to capitalize on what they're already doing, okay? So. Alright, let's talk about the word of the day. And then we're going to go into the news. We're going to talk about the news. I know why you're all here. We're going to talk about it a little bit, but you want my reaction, you'll get it. All right, here we go. So we have a word of the day. We're going to talk a little bit about that. Should we do the news first? Actually, let's do the news first, because the word of the day, we're going to lead into a lot of different stuff. So actually, let's just do the news first, okay? You guys already know what I'm going to say. You know, everybody's already seen it. Everybody's already talked about it. I shouldn't say everybody. Some people are talking about it. Look, this was back in 2024. That's the one thing I think that nobody is really, like, diving into, that this was back in 2024. He didn't get obnoxious. He wasn't being combative. He didn't argue. He didn't act any type of way except what you sort of just a hilariously drunk person. And it sucks. He shouldn't have done that. But really, it's more like, you know, this is probably something. Maybe he got some counseling. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I just know that a lot of times this stuff, especially something like this, where you can see that the body cam is from 2024. He was already pretty respectful about it, clearly, at the time it happened. And now, again, the whole point is that everybody's really just sort of angry about this subject because a lot of other people are taking advantage of it. So, this is like the lowest case of this I have seen in probably a long time. You know, like, and not only that, think about who it is, okay? So, I just... It's not... Yeah, it looks bad, but again, think about the fact that it was in 2024, and hopefully he's gotten help, hopefully it's not getting worse. The whole point is, yeah, rich people in this country sort of can do things and stuff like that, and they shouldn't be able to kind of do those things, and then the body cam surfaces and yada yada yada, and then everybody gets mad because they did some things. So the whole point is that it feels really unwarranted a lot of times after the fact, because maybe they have, maybe they haven't had some things that they did that they felt bad about this, and buried it for that reason, where they just genuinely want to move on from it, or the other one. We all know that. So is it any of our business? Should we sit here and should we talk about it? I think it is if it's a public concern. I think that, like, people that repetitively do this, you see them all the time doing it and stuff like that, now it's public concern. I think the one-off people where we just found out about this, like, again, this was back in 2024 and stuff like that. Has he done it since? Has anything happened? Did he learn his? Did he just get a driver now? All right, so you should probably maybe the guy probably shouldn't drink, obviously, and that got leaked out, so that's embarrassing. So it's already like, come on, just calm down a little bit, cool your jets a little bit. It's very personal. So again, if it's a regular thing, I would say that we all need to start talking about it. But until then, this is just really embarrassing for him. It looks embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Everybody makes mistakes. And I realize that this mistake can endanger other people, but look, did we really think that that's what... There are two types of drunk drivers. There's an asshole, and then there's the guy driving like the fucking grandma because he knows that he is. Okay, which one's actually... Like, I'm not condoning it, I'm just saying which one's actually a danger to the public versus themselves. Alright, so he falls asleep and his car sort of drifts off to the side a little bit, hilariously onto the side of the road or something like that. Okay, alright, like, yeah, maybe just through a red light, that's dangerous. But again, the whole point is pretty obvious if he's driving slow, which, again, the whole point was he got pulled over because he blew a stop sign. Yeah, that's the point, this is what happens. Was he speeding? I don't know. If that's the case... Yeah, alright, then we're talking about somebody that probably has a problem or something like that where they're trying to get out of it. I just didn't see it in his behavior. Usually it's in the behavior. Usually the person knows that, and that's why they're acting that way. They feel very... You know, like, it's just comes out. I'm just saying. And it's not, it wasn't the case. So, like, I don't know, I just felt like... I feel like... You know what I mean? To him, it's like, what is this, the middle of fucking nowhere, and I blew a stop sign? You know what I mean? Like, I just feel, I kind of feel like that, you know what I mean? There was no other cars around. I certainly didn't see any, like, lots of cars. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just trying to say, like, this is the smallest, lowest fucking denominator case of this ever happening, I think. And so, like, everybody's gonna blow up about it and stuff like that. Try to stop. Try to look at it like the middle of the road, like you should. Like, yes, I'm not saying it's not bad, and if it gets worse and it's obvious that it is worse and they're aggressive and that's the behavior, maybe a little different. But I feel like that's not the case here. and maybe also had something to do with why it went the way it did, and we didn't find out about it until now. You know, like, you have to rationalize that, and so just like a certain actor can clean up their act and come out, a certain actor can clean up their act and come out and, you know, play Iron Man, you know, and come out and play Iron Man, and be, you know, absolutely the epitome of what that role needs, and just be a good person, and try to do their best, you know. Can you roll up your sleeves? What? Why? Give me a good reason. If you are honest about why you're asking me to do that, I will roll up my sleeves. But you have to be honest about why you're asking. If you're not honest about why you're asking, I'm not fucking doing it. It's that simple. That's how this works. I know you're not going to be honest about it, so it's probably not going to happen. So, again, to the person I've never seen in my chat before, you're clearly been subscribed for 30 days, long enough to type. You want me to roll up my sleeves? Because for a perfect swag look? I don't think that's the honest reason. I don't think you're being honest. I think you're full of shit. Give me an honest one. We all know it's personal. This is all what this is. Just be honest. You couldn't think of one. You couldn't think of one what? An honest reason? What the fuck? That, like, you know what this is. Like, we all know what this is. I've seen this before with people. You have a real reason, you're just not willing to tell me what it is. Because it's sort of embarrassing to state what your real reason is. And I understand that, but if you can't do that, then you don't give the person the comfort that they want, if that makes sense. You know, like, essentially knowing the real, you know, getting to the bottom of the motivation behind why you're asking what you're asking. If you catch my drift. Because it completes the swag loop. You see, you're not being honest. I just want you to be honest. See, I can come up with complete BS reasons why, if I were in your position. So that's why, like, I feel like that's even more BS, because, like, you could sit here and AI, what's a reason to, you know what I mean, like, and just come up with, you know what I mean, like, I feel like it's even more dishonest the further it gets. I couldn't think of one. And then I say an honest reason. Yeah, an honest reason. I just, it's strange. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. But I'm not. Again, that's not a reason to ask me to do it. Like you clearly just want me to do it. For really not a very good reason. I am not like sweaty. I am not. I am at good temperature right now. Why would I roll my sleeves up when I'm at good temperature? This doesn't make any like what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Let me grab my coffee here, and we're gonna go into the word of the day. Okay. Ah, yeah. It's okay. It's more like I just feel like um I feel like people underestimate the intelligence of others at times. I've had a lot of I've always had like older friends and stuff like that. I'm 40. I know I don't look like it. I'm 40. And I've always had like older friends and stuff like that too. But it's also important to remember that um how do I say this? You guys know. Yeah, you're not. I didn't. I'm not. I'm not saying that you're trolling. I'm trying to explain. You guys know that I'm a Sifu, and that's like, it's the sort of thing where I can't explain. There's certain things I can't tell you, but the stuff that I can, it's you have to understand. It's more like think about it like this. Every situation that you get into and could get into in life could lead to you in an altercation with somebody. Think about it like that. And think about how even people like Bruce Lee and stuff like that, Brandon Lee, perfect example. Both of them. Where it's the sort of thing where um you want to have are if you're doing things right, you know, like anybody can make a mistake and stuff like that. But if you're properly utilizing your strategy and everything you've learned in martial arts to be that person, then you're also actively trying to always better yourself, and any type of flaw that is, whether it be with your martial arts or with your own brain. It has nothing to do you know, with physicalities, with the ability to do the martial arts. It has more to do with your ability to understand how to protect yourself from people. So there are a lot of people under attack right now simply just because they exist in the public eye. Sort of like what Russia is doing on this platform and on Facebook, and we already discovered China is doing it with TikTok too. Like, it's that's like we already know it's happening. Okay, so again, Russia, the country that has Putin randomly invading Ukraine for no reason whatsoever, and again, he's very similar to Trump. It's just that he's competent. He's similar to Trump in the way that he just blatantly lies about things. You know that, right? So, just really important to remember that as we head into this future, that we keep a smart head about ourselves and not let anybody, you know what I mean, like, what's wrong with liking a bunch of stuff, you know? Don't like any one thing, because then everybody knows what you like and they know who to attack. No, I mean, it's not it doesn't mean it's not. So it's not something that's true. Like, I still like the things that I like, but you know what I mean. Like, it's stuff kind of like that. But that's just something about me that I was already doing. I've always done that. I think that comes from growing up with, like watching people like Zach and stuff like that who talk about their influences, and he doesn't know how to name one. He can't do that. It's just the same thing. I have the same issue. So anyway, I just wanted to sort of explain a little bit there about how you should be. Don't sit here and tell everybody everything all the time. Especially people over the internet. You don't know me. I don't know you. So anybody that can see me, you all have the advantage over any... Like, that's the point. The streamer can't see you. It's really important to remember that you don't necessarily want to give them control over things. Here's my thing. If you know you have something good and you have something creative and somebody's stepping on it and coming in full throttle with trolling, how do you know that the original thing wasn't better than the thing the trolls are trying to come in and say, I want you to do this? And then what they're trying to do is change your channel to this thing that's actually shit, but you had something really good. And they're taking that and giving that to somebody else. well, tanking your channel, which is what they did to moi. If you go back and you look through my channel. I know, surprised face, laughing reactions as soon as I said it, I know. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there and explain a little bit. And you know, you guys see the likes and the view bots, it's no different than any other day. Just like, if you saw that last stream that we had, we mentioned Chuck Norris and that very real situation, so therefore, since everybody that was mentioning him was legitimately getting views, they had trouble doing anything about that one. Normally they would just remove all those views, but that one they left them on there to make it look a certain way. They're going to take those off eventually. They're just waiting for enough streams to go by. Okay? So, I'm just letting you know. Anyway, the point is, I miss when people give a shit. The title of the stream, if you guys want me to comment on that, I miss when people cared at all about really much of anything except prolonging their own existence and trying to get shit for free. I really wish that people cared about anything other than themselves. You know, so that I just naturally I see most people. I feel like I see most people these days. Act a certain way with something until it's on them, and then suddenly they change their tone simply because they weren't able to put themselves in somebody else's position, in somebody else's shoes. So, and likewise, even talking about, even if we just talk about the news of the JT thing, the Justin Timberlake thing, look, I'm not saying don't condemn what he did and don't say get you know, counseling or whatever, but I'm just saying, instead of anybody's business at this point, I mean, this was and so I feel like it's sort of really out of context and weird, and the fact that everybody's jumping all over it for content and stuff like that, I have a hard time wanting to look at that any type of way except, oh, let me smear this guy's image just so that I can also talk about this guy, and then cleverly sit here and try to be like, oh, let's mention NSYNC and stuff like that, how we all like NSYNC, but then all the while stealing views by mentioning that and stuff. Like, dude, like look, if you really gave a shit, you'd talk about it like I am a little bit. You're not trying to put them on blast. You're not reacting to it. You're not, let's put this front and center for everybody. No. That's the whole point. That's what I realized I was doing. I was like, wait a minute. If I really cared, I'm going to try to share these links and get people to watch it themselves. If they don't give a shit and don't want to talk about it, then they're not going to anyway. If I show it to them, I am forcing them to see it. And sometimes, because of the narrative or the way I'm presenting it, they might be very triggered, very angry, that sort of type of thing. And now that's coming from your channel doing that. I just feel like if more people, people need to realize what they're doing. And again, I'm not trying to throw shade on anybody else that wants to talk about it. It is your opinion. But it's also my opinion that that's cringe. You want to know what cringe looks like? That's what it looks like. It looks like you sitting here saying, I got it all figured out. I would never drink and drive and stuff like that. Okay? Good for you. but you're also not Justin Timberlake. So like, what are you trying to be all like? Hey, look at me, I'm a rich guy and I don't do any of this shit. Like, I don't. You get what I'm saying? Like, why not be nice? Why not throw that be nice take on there and stuff like that? That's what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to be, just like, I just hope he's okay and he got help, because that was to the way I perceived that. Again, he's not like in an accident. He pulled over. He blew a stop sign, probably going slow. This is the way it seemed. Like, the whole thing is just, he was non-combative. The whole thing was just. It's like, okay, we've moved on. This was back in 2024, and now it comes out, and everybody finds out about it. No, everybody just does. They're never gonna shut up. They're gonna never let him live this down. And he's tried to probably already move on, and maybe got some help, maybe didn't. And just the few content creators and few people that, quite frankly, want to be cringy douchebags and jump on this and jump on the let's cancel Justin Timberlake train just because this guy, like a million other fucking people, stayed out too late or whatever the hell situation he got in, that he had a rental car and now had to drive it. Okay? And no, you shouldn't make that decision. That's not the correct one, obviously. We know that. I'm just saying. It was clearly a mistake, clearly from 2024. I got news for you. It is now 2026. Yep. Let it go. I realize you all just found out. Let it the fuck go. When you realize this happened from 2024, let it go. Oh, when was this? Oh, well, they're just releasing it like it's it's sort of public information, that like almost like they're trying not to hide it, sort of thing. It's got to come out eventually. Let's not smear somebody just because some embarrassing fucking thing happened. Can we all just talk about it and laugh a little bit about it? Maybe you can go on Fallon and they can make a joke about it a little bit or something like that. I honestly think this is like the lightest issue of this I have ever seen. Maybe they could contact the officer and be like, would you be willing to because like, you know what I mean, like there could be a lighter side to this, where you just like, yep, I am not gonna do that again. And maybe he does. Maybe he just pretty much just gets a driver from now on for the most part. Good. He should. After that. Yeah. Yep. No, like because yeah. That's what you gotta do. But again, how long ago? I get it. Okay, but how long ago? So anyway, there's my comment on that news. That took us a half an hour. So let's get to the word of the day. 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 Is there anything else before I get to this? Hold on, let me just make sure. Today is a weird. Today I had a weird thing going on. Okay, so there actually is. Let me get to the other news before we get to the. I apologize. There is one more thing, and I didn't want to have to mention this, but it has escalated. So here we go. You guys know how my favorite band is Black Label Society. I don't shy away from this. I love Zakk Wylde. Okay, always have. You guys know that I sat on here and told you a little bit about, in order And I told you about an order that I tried to place many, many years ago, too. And the same sort of thing happened where I just can't order through BlackLabelSociety.com. And whoever the fuck they go through is literally just the worst at doing business and selling merchandise of anybody out there. That, like, they always go through the shittiest fucking bottom of the barrel dumbass fucking companies. Because, again, and eventually, it's just fucking bad. So my order still has not been shipped. Okay, this thing, this is like over a month ago. What the fuck? And again, Sandbag Ltd. That's the company. It's not BlackLabelSociety.com. It's Sandbag Ltd. And I did a little bit of research, okay? They are not Better Business Bureau accredited. And when you look them up on the Better Business Bureau, you will actually find that, again, that's default F, automatic F. You're not accredited at all, so already you started pretty fucking low. But now there's several reviews on there of people that say, yep, they don't even get back to you. Actual people reviewing them on there that they placed orders, not even just Black Label Society, but Sandbag Ltd. In general, that they just, and again, this was my original complaint, that they didn't even email me back. They waited. I sent the email on a Friday. Their office hours are like 9 to 5. They didn't answer. They had all day to answer. So they're lazy. They've spent the whole weekend. Then when on Monday I'm supposed to forget, which is what was supposed to happen, I didn't. They hadn't emailed me, so I literally emailed them back Monday, middle of the day. I gave them plenty of time, and I said, I will report you to the Better Business Bureau if I do not hear back from you. You haven't answered. Your office hours are clearly visible. You haven't answered. And then they got back to me while I was streaming that day, if you remember. They were getting back to me like pretty much while I was setting up for that, like not even like an hour later. Yep. And then this was what they were trying to wait the whole weekend and not answer. And the answer they give was that they expanded their warehouse and some smaller, or so first of all, it's not that small. Secondly, you shouldn't admit to me that you are like pandering to larger orders based on demand because you relocated your warehouse. That's what the email indicated. They actually admitted that. And when I look at my order status, my order is partially filled, just sitting there. And I ordered it over a month ago. This is stock that, again, they had St. Patrick's Day stuff on sale. So that's come and gone. So that shit that doesn't matter. And anybody that did order that stuff, they're never going to get it. They obviously haven't gotten it on time. And now there's a new album coming out. And so with that new merch and stuff like that everybody's going to want, the fan base is going to want, when the album's coming out, you can't promise that. Because your trash company is claiming that they've relocated and they can't fill orders, that are just, smaller orders or some dumb bullshit like that. Huh? No, this thing, again, it's said partial. It's been partially filled for a month, just sitting somewhere. What the fuck? Unbelievable. So that's what I found out about Sandbag LTE, about the company that's doing Black Label Society's orders that is basically just taking advantage of what nice guys they are, and they just because that's the whole point. They're probably just lying to them and shit like that, and like I said, I see the scam third-party sellers on Amazon where they shouldn't even be there. And meanwhile, they have my orders sitting there partially filled for an entire month. No, they're waiting for stock to come in. They're stealing things from your order and selling it third-party online. So that as the new stock comes in, they finally get that new stock in, and they fill your order and send it. That's what they're doing. And they're using some fucking relocation excuse? No. If you can't normally properly fill orders while relocating, you need to let that blacklabelsociety.com know that they have to shut their shop down, because for an entire month, you're just not sending out orders. Because all anybody's going to do as a fan then is go on Amazon and start ordering stuff. And it's going to be third-party fake stuff that this other asshole is selling intentionally to make money off of these people. That's all anybody's going to do, because they're not getting their stuff in time. And they're deducing who, is ordering. So they have Amazon shipping. So they're just deducing who's getting the Amazon shipping and stuff like that. And flat out, those people are probably very, very likely to go on Amazon and do a search and buy it there. It's unbelievable. It really is. How just garbage this one company is. And I can find this out in 30 fucking seconds. It takes me 30 fucking seconds to figure this out. So what the fuck are we doing? And wholly aside from that, I can go on Amazon and I can order all these Black Label Society shirts from other countries. But if I want to order a US one, nope. Can't find it anywhere. Gee, I wonder why. Yep, I can order Canadian chapter, I can order Irish, Scottish, I can order fucking all kinds of shit. Russian. I can order any fucking country I want, but I can't order United States. Yep. Why don't you have a shirt for Black Label Society United States chapter? Why don't you do that? That seems really weird to me, actually. The fact that there's just not one, and it's just worldwide for the US one. I have never in my life seen a single person wear a US Black Label Society US chapter or something. Never. I see worldwide, I see Canadian, I have never seen one with the US chapter or anything like that. Oh, because you're supposed to wear the vests? Oh, the thing I've never been able to buy, because again, whenever I fucking buy anything on your fucking website, this is the shit that I deal with. So again, if you don't want your fan base to literally fucking hate your band, start making it so that they can actually support it. Because all I want to do is wear the fucking t-shirts and stuff like that are kind of newer. I got all this old shit I don't want to wear anymore. It's old. It's old. It's like turning gray. It's like black, but you've washed it a few million times, Anyway, Sandbag LTE. Boy, what a 5-star operation you're running. Yeah. I mean, you're clearly running a scam operation where you're just selling the fucking shit on Amazon and getting away with it. It's very blatantly clear what you're doing. So, you know, again, I already told you what I'm going to do if you don't fucking fill my order. It's that simple. You have till the end of the day to fill my order. And I know you have the stock. It's there. It's not out of stock. You have till the end of the day. You got an entire fucking month. Or I will follow through on my fucking promise in that email. I promise you I will. You have, again, until the end of the day. You still got plenty of time. Your office hours, you still got hours and hours and hours. I gave you plenty of time to do this. So, and so did the people on the Better Business Bureau site that are reporting your shit non-stop for not even answering. You apparently don't even fucking answer when people complain about stuff. So you clearly know that you're causing problems on purpose. You probably would never have problems if you just wouldn't cause them. Oh, somebody fills an order, you just scan it, fill it up, and send it out. How hard is that? Should just sit somewhere for an entire fucking month. What? Nothing's out of stock. You just, oh yeah, we relocated. So, you know, just this order's just sitting somewhere for a whole month. You know, for that reason. Okay, so that's a pretty stupid. It's not a reason at all. So anyway, our word of the day today is interstellar. Our word of the day today is interstellar. Is our word of the day, interstellar. So let me use the official. Let me use an official definition here, and then I'll sort of, like, you know, explain it. I mean, this is a pretty good one. It's pretty basic though. It is the region of space between star systems within a galaxy. Okay, so basically the space outside of the solar systems. If you think about our solar system as it actually has a different name. What the fuck's the name? Shit, it's escaping me. But anyway, the space outside our solar systems, okay? That is interstellar, where this is like it's sort of like a cold space, okay? And we're going to talk a little bit about this, but I just I wanted to define some of these words because this is a very popular movie. A lot of people, I think, have seen this movie. This was a Christopher Nolan movie starring Matthew McConaughey, and you know, everybody who doesn't love a good Christopher Nolan. I mean, jeez, if he's brilliant. I mean, like, you know, it doesn't get much better than that. But I wanted to define this word for people because I feel like we've heard it because of the movie and stuff like that, but maybe people aren't aware of what it actually means. So again, it refers to that space outside the solar systems, but not outside the galaxy. It's still within the galaxy. It's just the space between the solar systems. Does that make sense? Between star systems. Okay? So not within the star system, outside the star system, but within the galaxy. Does that make sense? So let's wait, where did I close it? I think hold on. Oh, I did. close the... So I wanted to plug this into the AI a little bit for myself, because it's been a while since I've been like regularly looking at astronomical terms and stuff like that, and you guys know I love astronomy and sat and studied it plenty, but it's been a while since I've actually like sat and like looked at interplanetary. It's right here in front of me. That was the word I was looking for. It's been a while since I've done this, and you can kind of tell because some of the terms that I should just be able to grab or just so you got to use it to be able to. So that's we're gonna do this a little bit, and we're gonna talk a little bit about this. Okay, so I wanted to plug some of this into the AI and get the AI's feedback, but we're gonna actually there's a point at which I actually don't like what it says, and I call the AI out too. So we're gonna get to that too, because this can happen too. But the thing where certain AIs are like have like an inclination to be more in agreement with what you're saying, this is a feature. Just to let you know. So like you guys know how like I've been like arguing kind of with the AI lately and stuff like that. That's the point, is that the people that think that an AI is just is just a tool that it's just gonna agree with everything you say and stuff like no, it's not the case. Not at all. It's not even close. It'll argue with you and correct you. That's a feature. So mine is designed that way. Mine is set up to argue with me and not necessarily agree with me. So that's why it does do that, and I've even specifically put things on to try to get it to do that, even more so. So what you have to realize is that a lot of the time it's just agreeing with what I'm saying. Even though it's designed to create an argument, there's nothing for it to argue with. We're just talking about facts, factual information. So that's what you got to understand about facts versus actually debatable things. So, interstellar space is the space between galaxies. The space the space within the galaxy, that's between the solar systems. Does this include the space inside the solar system, or just the space outside that system, sort of like a cold space? Obviously, I already sort of covered that already, but I wanted to put that in there so that it would give us that answer of the interplanetary space and stuff like that. So that's the answer we're going to get.
Interstellar space means the space between star systems, so it is outside a solar system, not inside it. A simple way to separate the terms: interplanetary space equals space inside a solar system, between planets, moons, asteroids and the sun. Interstellar space equals space between stars and their planetary systems within a galaxy. Intergalactic space equals space between galaxies. So the space around Earth, Mars, or out past Pluto is still part of our solar system. Once you get far enough beyond the sun's region of influence, you're in interstellar space. Cold is a fair mental image, but interstellar space is not just empty cold nothing. It contains very thin gas, dust, magnetic fields, and cosmic rays. One small nuance: there is not always a perfectly sharp boundary in everyday language. Scientists often treat the edge of the solar system in different ways, such as the edge of the solar wind region versus the outer reach of the sun's gravity. But in general, interstellar space does not include the space inside the solar system.
So then I I wanted to clear up a different. So the answer is no. The space inside a solar system is the interplanetary space. It's outside that. And so I wanted to clear up then another question that maybe somebody might ask. So the interstellar space of our solar system. I'm sorry, the interstellar space of our system, like outside our system, begins at the edge of Pluto, which is why Pluto is so cold? Question mark.
Not at the edge of Pluto. Pluto is still well inside our solar system. It is cold mainly because it is very far from the sun, so it gets much less sunlight and heat than Earth does. A better picture is, Pluto's orbit is about 39 AU from the sun on average. The heliopause, where the sun's solar wind gives way to interstellar medium, is much farther out, around 120 AU. The sun's gravitational influence extends even farther, with the Oort cloud thought to stretch thousands to perhaps over 100,000 AU. So Pluto is not sitting in interstellar space. It is in the outer solar system. Pluto is cold because sunlight spreads out with distance. By the time you get to Pluto, the sun looks much dimmer and provides far less energy, so surface temperatures are extremely low. If you want, I can also give you a simple map from Earth to Pluto to interstellar space.
So, 39 AU from the sun on average. So to kind of give you an idea, okay? AU is astronomical units. AU, 1 AU is 93 million miles. So that's one astronomical unit is measured in 93 million miles. So if Pluto's orbit from the sun is 39 astronomical units from the sun, so take 93 million and multiply it by 39, and you'll have your answer of how many miles the orbit of Pluto is past the sun. It's a lot. So, Pluto's orbit is very strange, I think. I don't think it's a normal... I think it's an oval, isn't it? You might want to look at that. Pluto's orbit is weird. So I think it's because of this long oval that it's so cold for so long and only gets closer to the sun for a very short period of time. And not that close. Not really that close. Versus like us, where we have, changing seasons and stuff like that, that's why we have a year. 1 year, that's how many times we go around. That's the point. And so this is what gives us those I mean, sort of, but not. Obviously we have to have an atmosphere, and there's a lot of other stuff that goes into that too. So that's why it also changes on other planets too. But in the very basic layman's terms concepts of why those things happen, we evolve. We go around the sun. It's a year. Okay, so that's the basic. That is a, and you say it to a scientist, they're gonna say, well, no, it's not really. It's part of the truth. It's not all of it, and it is very subjective. They would be right in the sense that if you change the element of the Earth, even a little bit, distance, the fact that it's mostly a water planet, stuff like that, even just a little bit, it could throw everything, just that. So that's why they're correct, but also not. Like, it is why it happens. It is. That is why. But it's more important to say that's why on Earth. Okay? So, a lot of these things, what you have to know about, like, meteorology, astronomy, and stuff, is that stuff, like, it is very subjective to its environment, for sure. Which is, which is why we are devoid of understanding of these things and why we need to do more experimenting and stuff in space. Because we live in an environment and an ozone, and we are bound to those rules. So I like this, and then I said after I like that answer that it corrected me, and then I said, how far outside Pluto is interstellar space?
Roughly 80 AU farther out. Pluto is about 39 AU from the Sun on average, while the boundary usually used for entering interstellar space, the heliopause, is about 120 AU from the Sun. So 120 AU minus 39 AU, 80 AU. An AU is the Earth-Sun distance, about 93 million miles or 150 million kilometers. So from Pluto to the heliopause, you're looking at about 7.4 billion miles, 12 billion kilometers. That is only using the solar wind boundary. The Sun's gravitational reach goes much farther than that, so by another definition, the transition is much farther out. Also, Pluto's distance changes because its orbit is stretched out, so the gap is not exactly the same all the time.
Which is what I was just saying, basically. I forgot that it's getting bigger, though, I think. I think Pluto's just getting further out over time. I think there's concern that we're gonna lose Pluto eventually. I think that's the idea. So that is a lot, and this is an important takeaway. The Pluto's distance from the Sun, it's only orbiting 39 AU. Except but interstellar space begins 80 AU out. So it's basically double the orbital space. Jeez. And that's interstellar. That begins interstellar. The space between systems in a galaxy. Now you understand why, like in Star Trek and stuff, they made it such a big deal. Especially Next Generation, when Q smacked them into the next galaxy, like basically somewhere, even in Star Trek at warp 9 at their highest speed, they can only travel through a galaxy, basically. One end of the galaxy to the other, and it takes a long time. That's it, basically. They cannot... And Q just smacked them into another galaxy. So basically, they would never get back. It would take so long to get back, it would never happen. It would be too long. It would just never happen. So, it was obviously a really crazy, grim fate and an awesome episode, but, that was some of the stuff I loved about that show and made me want, inspired me to want to learn about space and stuff like that is just the vastness, just the gravity of understanding what that means. You know what I mean? Like how crazy the distance is, just how vast. It's oh my God. You know what I mean? And so I think about it kind of similarly to how fish and stuff like that would think about, and that's, again, it talked about how we need to go and continue this research, think about the vast depth of the ocean and stuff like that, where we don't even understand what goes on down there half the time, like, and pretty devoid of oxygen, light, pressure, lots intense pressure. It is cold. It's very cold, very cold. So it could help, and it's similar concepts, but on a planetary scale versus cosmic scale. Still really, really, really cool though. Guys, I really hope that you've noticed that, normally we would have pretty normal sort of view progress where the concurrents aren't kind of locked at 5 and 6. Have you noticed this? So this is kind of what we're talking about, where this is not a normal thing. Nobody thinks that's real. There's clearly more people in here than that. I've talked about how this is what I started noticing, how they were scamming it at like 1 and 2 and 0. So for X amount of time, we were just very blatantly, I was just getting people to come in and confirm their view wasn't counting. So all they're trying to do is make it a little bit of a higher number and ViewBot and shit like they did earlier, so that they can hide how many people are actually coming in here. I am getting so many people watching the streams. And the whole point is that Russia is sitting here attacking anybody that appears to be for the Ukraine thing and stuff like that. They specifically target the people on Facebook that use the flag in their icon and stuff like that. So, and especially looking even more guilty when somebody sits there spamming a laugh emoji the moment that I say that too. You know what I mean? Like, nobody cares. It's not funny. I didn't say anything funny. It's not a joke. You know what I mean? Like, what did I say that was funny? I didn't make a joke. There's nothing about this that's humorous. So, again, just the fact that the person that has been doing this, we know, masquerades as if they're Russian. And the Steam account says they're Russian. I already showed you that. Okay, so, all right. I mean, it's not, like, it's kind of obvious. So, I just wanted to point it out that out of all those views, we have a peak concurrent of 1,644. I think it was higher than that, actually. Pretty sure it was actually in the 1700s, but this says peak concurrent of 1,644. And they're counting 30 views. That's how many total views they're counting on the stream. 30. That's it. 30. 30. So that's what they've been doing. Like, all they've been doing is taking your views and shifting them around somewhere else. I swear, that's all they're doing. Because if they can move them to another channel somehow, then it doesn't look like they did something to the views. Like, if they do something, that it's going to be obvious they're doing something. But if they can move them, which is what they are doing, and now after I said this, remember how it was like 5 the whole time? 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 5, 5, 6. Now it's 1 lower, 4. Because remember, the whole point is that They were just matching the concurrence to the likes. So since it was obvious that that's what they were doing, I called that out. So now they brought it down to 4. Yeah. So as I was talking about normal stuff and things like that, the whole point is YouTube plays a psychological game with people. It's all YouTube. And they are using Russian influence to do it. Where they sit here and actually agree with mind controlling and trying to play tricks on people. Where, again, you have a great idea. Great fucking idea. Your channel's going really, really well. So they lie to you about it. And these other people that they like better, they're going to let them steal it, like MAGA and Russians and stuff like that. So they all start stealing the ideas and making channels, and so they spread it out more. So that you don't notice how much of a pyramid scheme YouTube really is. Because it is. It's a pyramid scheme. So I just really wanted to point out the fact that as soon as we started talking about this, you know what I mean? Like, it's not normal trending. It's not moving up and down. It's just sort of staying the same number. And, the point is that when we started these, there was a lot of people watching. We were getting a lot of trending. And then as we started doing them, it just slowly started losing more and more and more. All while people clearly are subscribing more, calling for this, asking for it, showing up for it. And then they sit here and try to make it not seem that way. Which is just like anything I've done on my channel. Just like they halted the view progress the first day that I posted a short plating a filet mignon. I plated an 8-ounce filet mignon. Gets 8,500 views in the first fucking several hours this thing is up. And then they just halt the view progress so it can't get any more than that. So it doesn't look like we get a lot. Yep. And all because I'm doing long form content. And they're just lying about how many people are watching it and how many views it's getting. Just fucking lying. And then now, ever since I pointed that out, they're doing it to my shorts too, because I'm the one pointing it out. They're doing it across the board on my channel so that it looks like it's just the whole thing. And because it would be pretty obvious if they didn't, because it was very obvious. And that's those times where you see those videos one off like that, where there's just a lot of views and just halted it. And now some of those, they're even, like that's, you see some of them, they went in and fucking removed a bunch after the fact. I showed you that. I already showed you that. I showed you the one day where every single day after we did the stream, it would lose 1,000 to 2,000 views per day after the stream posted. I showed you guys that. It literally posted with like 5,000 views, and every single day after that, it was consistently losing 1,000 to 2,000 views every day until they took it down to basically nothing. And the whole point was that they didn't like the fact that nobody else was playing this game, nobody knew about it, I was playing it. Everybody was watching it, the whole stream. Yep. It's just like when I was the first one to play Megabonk, and you guys thought it was, all these other people and stuff like that. No, I was literally nobody else knew what the fuck that was. Asmongold saw me playing Megabonk, and that's it. Nobody's gonna sit here and say anything otherwise. They're not going to sit here and tell you. It's that simple. So, the point is we have a bunch of asshole scouters on the platform being asshole scouters. They're scouts. Scouting for talent. But instead of doing it properly, they're fucking douchebags. That's it. And they manipulate and harass and stalk and treat people like fucking shit. And that's what's happening here. We're literally like somebody's stalking me just because I called out the fact that he's literally like stalking me. Like he's like fucking harassing me, stealing my ideas, giving them to other people and stuff like that. And I'm calling it out expertly, so he starts stalking me. Oh gee, I wonder how I knew that Asmongold suddenly was talking about this thing that he didn't know anything about, that I was just happened to be talking about on stream the day before he went on stream and talked about it. Gee, I wonder. This is something he never mentioned before. He just goes and does an upload the next day, and this proceeds to happen over and over and over and over. Oh. Yeah. Except it happened over and over and over. So then there's that. Yeah, there's the fact that it just wasn't just one time. And again, you still see the meddling with the views. Here they are, sitting at 4. They are trying to change it. They're trying to change it down. See how they're changing it down? Oh, it's cycled down to 3 a little bit now. Yeah. The whole point is they're not doing the positive, they're doing the negative. It's mind control. The whole point is YouTube doesn't like what you're saying. So they're gonna just lie about your views to make you think you're losing views. But really what they're doing is making people in the stream not live or something like that. They're buffering the stream. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, a fraudulent platform that manipulates, stalks, harasses, misrepresents. Yeah, like just so many fucking things that this platform's doing that are just incredibly illegal. It's not even funny. And I was the one that pointed out, and has been pointing out, I have been saying, it wasn't Linus Tech Tips that said this. I know they just said this in a stream, but they weren't the first ones, trust me. I said it, and I've been saying it for a year. Over a year, I think. Because the whole point was that I was calling out the numbers from the previous year. Okay? Yeah. And I've been saying it for a long time. That YouTube, all while never fixing their server issues, causing endless problems for people running, long-form content, they can't fix their fucking shit. They can't. So they're endlessly breaking people's fucking channels and streams that want long-form content. It's literally that fucking simple. And all while making $35 billion a fucking year on advertising revenue. Remember that? That was the whole point. On stream, it was like 32.5 or something like that. On stream, we sat here and looked it up and organically found out that YouTube is making over $30 fucking billion a year on advertising revenue and not fixing the fucking problems with their servers, all while intentionally screwing channels that are long-form content, lying about their views, moving the bitrate around all over the place, having any type of thing called a load setting, where again, more viewers come in and my stream can't handle it because YouTube has a load setting. This means that my channel's only going to grow a certain amount based on what money I put in and invest into YouTube. That is a crime. You can't do that. It's called fraud. It's called a pyramid scheme. If the point is you only accept rich people and people that don't have enough money to invest in it endlessly try and fucking fail because they don't have enough money, it's called a pyramid scheme, dumbasses! Duh! Yep, and YouTube's been doing this since forever. They're the biggest pyramid scheme of anyone on the fucking planet. And as I talk about it, now we bring the concurrence up to 5. Finally. Yeah, finally. But only now. Because it's bullshit. It's not real. It's not a real number. Nothing about it's real. Your view, yeah, it's just there. It's not counting. They're not counting legitimate watch time hours. Look. The stream is an hour and a half. We've been going an hour and a half. Average view duration supposedly only 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes. And you're trying to fucking tell me that, again, never at any point in time has there been 0. At any point has there ever been 0 watching this stream. We have just had fucking solid, but yet you're trying to convince me that the people watching have only been watching for fucking 12 and a half minutes. Yup, they're not watching the entire fucking time. You're not buffering their stream so that it lies about that. Yup. Totally. It's blatantly obvious that they're just lying about your watch time hours, which is money. It's money. That's money. It is. It's how the YouTube systems work. So they lie about the watch time hours. They control your profits. And they can steal it, too. And just misrepresent it. And you just trust them to be honest about it. Because, YouTube. Let me ask you something. Does anybody trust Microsoft at this point? Do you trust Microsoft? So if you don't trust Microsoft, and you know you don't trust Microsoft, why the fuck do you trust YouTube? I wouldn't trust any of them. I don't trust Amazon. I mean, I don't dislike Amazon like some other companies, but I don't necessarily trust them. I don't trust Walmart. Fuck Walmart. I don't trust McDonald's. You don't trust a company. What? No. Companies have proven you can't trust them. Period. Period. American companies. American companies. Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of reputation with Japanese companies. Like From Software and Sony a bit. I know the Sony music company gets a bad rap a lot of times, but Sony, the tech company, I haven't really heard. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they're pretty solid, Yeah, like that's the point. Like Japanese tech, big companies and stuff, they have a good reputation. It's American companies. Yeah, and the Swiss know how to do it too. They're fine. They know what the fuck they're doing. Why don't you compare the CEO with those Swiss companies or those Japanese companies? Why don't you compare the salary? Why don't you look at the salary and how much they make? And you'll see a big difference. What you're going to realize is that the salary of the person at the American company is huge for no reason. Because they don't do anything. They don't actually help the company. CEOs don't do anything. That's the problem. They do nothing. Yep, they're there to look really bad. That's it. That's all any CEO does anymore. They just look really bad on behalf of the company. So, you know, they pay them shitloads of money to look nice and wear nice things. You don't gotta pay them shitloads of money for that. No, they can afford that shit on a normal fucking salary. What the fuck are you doing? Are you stupid? You must be really fucking stupid to think that you need to pay them that for them to... Are you kidding me? What the fuck? No. No justification. They're just taking your money. So why is Donald Trump and people like him consistently giving tax breaks to these companies? And this is the problem with America. We've been calling it out. Democratic voters are. But anytime we do, oh, now it's some sort of fucking radical position. There's nothing radical about that. That is the problem. If it's radical, it's the completely ridiculous end of something that's not happening. There ain't nothing ridiculous about that. The ridiculous, like, it'd be like, I mean, the ridiculous side would be where we're going to head if you don't do anything. If Donald Trump gives these tax breaks and they continue down this road for another 10 years plus, now it will be radical. Now you will see, like, fucking CEOs driving tanks around. They're going to start, like, owning, like, entire states and things like that. You got to understand, like, it heads that direction. This is not what you don't want the government to start becoming involved in the private sector. Nope. You want the private sector to stay private, and you want the government to be a democracy where you elect people. Trust me. Otherwise, you lose the power. You're just giving it to some rich guy. And quite frankly, the rich guys are pussies. I think they're right about everything. They embroider hats and just say it and everything. Yeah. They didn't do anything with their life. At all. Nope. The guy that came before him did something. Gave him everything. He endlessly claimed he did this and busted Obama's chops and shit. But never actually did anything. Why is that confetti? Prove me wrong. If that's confetti and you're going to remove a like, prove me wrong. Make a channel and prove it wrong with facts. Because it's not... Again, I'll sit here all day using the AI proving that correct. I'll sit here all day on Google, the AI, using every factual source all over the internet proving it correct. Again, Donald Trump never did anything. Never has had a single accomplishment of his own. He has bankrupted companies, called $1 million a small fucking loan, And it wasn't even $1 million. It was like $2.5 million or something like that. It wasn't even $1 million. He's lying. I think it was like 2.5 or something. Like, look it up. It wasn't $1 million. It was more than that, I think. Do you see the Russian influence? Do you see it? Do you see it? So they started liking the stream and stuff based on what I was saying, hoping that I would buy into it. And viewbotting the same likes as I'm viewbotting the same concurrence as the likes. The whole point is to convince me that this group of people that's in here is like Obama or something like that. That's what they want you to think. I swear to God. Just like the times where, like, I'm talking about Zach or something like that, and we're having a problem with an order or something like that, they want him to see this. The whole point is they want them and anybody that you like to see the stream where you're crashing out, not the one where you're talking good about them. They'll never see that. They'll see the one where you're crashing out about them. This is how Russia does cancel culture, manipulates cancel culture and stuff like that. This is what they've been doing. And it works, right? You see the stream conveniently as I'm crashing out or something like that, but you never saw the stream where I was talking good about you and all the other times we did that, because there was plenty of them. There's a reason why it was specifically with K-pop. Now, with other stuff, maybe, but like with K-pop, I just stopped reacting because of North Korea, the way they have been lately. Yeah, I'm not trying to cause any problems for the actual trending of those videos. And I know North Korea is. So I'm just, the whole point is I want them to get the views that they deserve to get, and I don't want, look, I have a feeling that they were using the rift of the artist being concerned about a lot of views going to reactors versus the original video. They're trying to use that. And they were trying to create that too. I could easily see it happening. And then some reactors were quitting YouTube entirely. Some were just switching to other things. And I specifically saw a time where I saw a guy that blatantly was a victim of Russian attacks, where it was obvious he was too personal. You know, he shared everything on stream with his audience, his relationship. He's a K-pop reactor. He's into real pink stuff, and he's not gay, okay? Like, the whole point is that, like, he just likes that stuff, you know? And so, like, the whole point is Americans have trouble with this. Like, in school, when you go to school in America, if you like that stuff, you're fucking gay. They call you gay. American guys have trouble with this. And guys in America, they don't, like, hug each other. They don't hold hands and stuff like that. In other countries, they do. Just to let you know. Americans are the ones that have trouble with that. Which is why everything then becomes gay or something like that. And so this is why Canadians don't understand it, and like other people, I'm just letting you know that's why. Because like literally, I swear to God, even just personal locker room experience, when you get in the locker room, I swear to God, in gym class, if you don't strip down, you're weird. You're hiding something. If you don't take showers, or you don't want to take a shit because the guys are fucking gay and weird and they're the ones being gay and weird and they want to see you take a shit and they want you to strip down, you're weird. You're the gay one. They're not gay. You are. So, obviously we know what that is, obviously. I'm just saying, in reality, that's what's actually happening, is there's a lot of angry gay men that never find out they're gay because, you know, their parents treat people like shit that are gay. So they're actually gay, but they'll never admit to it. In fact, they might even be Christian. Live their entire lives, get married, things like that, and they have this problem. And they're just fucking gay. But the whole point is, they'll never know it, because they're taught to suppress it and not understand their emotions, and they literally grow up this way, and they bully other men that don't act like them and stuff. You don't act right! You don't... What? I don't act right? How am I You're acting gay! How... What does that even mean? So, what if I had a lisp, and I just talked like this? Does this mean I'm gay? What if I just talked like this, and I just had a lisp? Does that suddenly make me gay? What if I just talked like this? Does it sound really super gay to the American men watching? This probably makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it? If I just have a lisp and I talk like this, this makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it? You know, this is proper speech. I've actually broken my own speech. I used to speak like this. I learned that people think it's gay. I broke my own speech, and I don't sound as intelligent now. Specifically for this reason. Because I've learned that certain people won't interact with me because they'll just assume I'm gay, just because I have a high literacy level, I suppose. It's incredible. It really is. The fact that I have to break my own speech when I speak on stream. I can actually speak very well. I don't talk like that normally. But, you know, the idea is to relate to everybody. So I'm trying, you guys. But you gotta understand, this is absurd. Americans just have this problem. The rest of the world doesn't. Go visit another fucking country for once. You know what I'm saying? And then I talk like this, and MAGA loves it. They're like, man, we love this guy, but we hate this guy. It's because the point is, the point is, it shouldn't be like that. So you treat me differently just because of the way I fucking talk? God, man. You got a problem. You got a problem. Because I got news for you. You wouldn't treat Freddie Mercury like that. Do you know why? Because you know he's gay. You're fine with it. Yeah, if you know they're gay, you're suddenly okay with it because that's accepted now. So now if you try to attack that, well, that's not common. So people are gonna have a problem with that. So you can't do that. Yeah. You got the problem. So just stop doing this stuff. Things aren't, like something. That's not correct thinking. It's childish thinking. It's not real. It's a cliche. It's the thing that the angry people were doing on the street with Nick Shirley, where they were blaming illegal immigration and stuff like that. It's not what it is. It's not. Trust me. That's what sanctuary cities and stuff are. That's what sanctuaries. They are coming here legally, and ICE is using the fact that people are they have these dumb, uneducated opinions about things and don't factually look anything up. That's what sanctuary cities are. That's what, again, like, this is the point. And they have this way of looking at it where, oh no, it's just they're not coming through the right way. They're not. That's what a sanctuary city is. They're here legally. If they're in a sanctuary city, that's legal. State government overrides federal government. The federal government does not dictate or discern what happens in the state. Does not. Absolutely not. It's not what it's for. Period. And likewise, again, the whole point is that we have immigration policies. So if your argument is that ICE is correct in randomly nabbing people off the streets and shit like that, why haven't they done this? Why hasn't this been a regular thing that was always done? Why is it suddenly this big thing that Trump is only doing? Because remember, Obama, 40-year low. We were at a 40-year low. Yep. And that's the whole point. He cared about immigration. He deported people. So nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about how Obama was at a 40-year low with that and literally did crack down on immigration, have immigration reform and shit. Nobody talks about that. Yeah. That's the whole point. It's just a narrative. Oh, the Democrats didn't do this, so Trump has to do it. No, that's what they want you to think. It's not the case. It's always been taken care of. This is literally to piss you off because you're fucking racist. You don't want Mexicans here. That's it. You're fucking racist. They are literally just peddling off that. And anytime I see somebody angrily arguing on the street and stuff like that about, oh, you know, if they were coming through the proper channels and stuff, that's where it's blatantly obvious because you're just wrong. That's why it's so obvious, because you're angry about something that's not even happening. It's not. And you're like charged at this. Well, that's how I know you're fucking racist. Because it's not actually happening. These people can come here. It's a sanctuary city. They are allowed. That is the proper channel. That is the paperwork. If they were illegally here, the FBI and the federal Border Patrol would go through a paperwork process to have the person deported through the state government. And then the police would show up and do their jobs. And they would hand them over to customs. Then they would take them. It doesn't look like ICE randomly ransacking Minneapolis. It's not what it fucking looks like. Even Bruce Springsteen thinks so. Yeah, even the boss himself agrees. It's not what we do. What the hell? So stop looking foolish. Letting this guy take advantage of how dumb you look. You don't know anything about immigration. None of you that voted for him do. You're just racist pigs that sit here and jump all over erecting a wall. That's racist too. Because a wall doesn't serve a purpose. That's why we know it's racist. It's strategically dumb. It is. And I even used AI for that too. I used plenty of intelligent reasons why a wall strategically is a stupid fucking reason to keep people out of your country and not a good, valid way to do immigration. It's not. It's not valid. And so therefore you just jumped all over this very simple, quick, dismissive thing on how to deal with immigration. Oh, build a wall and Mexico will pay for it. They said they never would. He failed to do it. It fucking fell over in parts that he tried to. It was a goddamn joke then. It's a joke now. When are you gonna wake the fuck up on what a scamming retard the orange douchebag really is? He paints his face orange. If he wanted you to know anything about him, he wouldn't paint his face orange. God, it's that simple. The whole point is normal people don't act this way. You know, I mean, come on, man. If the guy was normal and dealt with normal everyday problems, I'd feel a lot better about it. But he's not. He thinks about what fucking shade of orange he wants. That's it. Like, he doesn't have to do anything or have any like, nothing is... He has a guy for this and a person for that and everybody in between for the other stuff. He don't have to do shit. Stop acting like people like Trump. They hate him. They can't fucking stand him. And stop sitting here acting like everybody in the metal community loves him too. They don't. They're just not going to sit here and chime in. No, quite frankly, I think a lot of them can't fucking stand the guy. And it started when he used Seven Nation Army without fucking permission. The moment that you start using other people's music without fucking permission, like you can just fucking do it. Yep. Not okay. Yep. He could have ran a YouTube channel or something like that, and it would have been under that system, but no. He went and just ran an ad. Didn't ask the White Stripes if he could use their song. And then just used it anyway. Showed a lot of them where his true colors were. That's what you gotta realize. Like, he just keeps... Like this is the whole point, is like... Originally, people don't realize, and then he just does another thing that takes advantage of a huge group of people, and then they go, oh, so this is what I've been hearing about. Okay. I see. And he has more lawsuits against him than he can do anything about at this point. He does. He has so many lawsuits. It's just unbelievable. Yeah. This is why he's trying to backlock the court system. You guys noticed that lately? That's why. He's getting sued like fucking crazy. And a lot of it's actually just basic stuff that a president shouldn't have any control over anyway. So, I'm just throwing that out there. But yeah, obviously not everybody in the metal community is gonna suddenly not be, suddenly be against Trump, and I'm not saying they are, but don't go thinking everybody likes Trump, because it's just not the case. A lot of people don't. A lot of people can't fucking stand the guy. Okay. And I'm not speaking for anybody's songs or anything like that, but there's some songs that come out sometimes, and they come out at convenient times, and it's like, okay. Okay. I see. We'll keep going with this, but yeah, we had some very obvious meddling until I, pointed out that it was obvious meddling. Now, now we see a more, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's still a little bit weird. It's like 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 7, 8, 7, 8. But the point is, at least I can say that's not blatantly just 5 likes for 5 concurrents. 5 likes for just 5 concurrents. Wow. Yeah. So, you know, YouTube's just sitting here botting the stream. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Did you see the likes? 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8. What a weird person. And then, like, the whole point is that the concurrents that come in and out, a lot of times, the whole point is, like, they leave in pairs. So, you know, it's just... it's always very obvious shit. Where it's, like, the same numbers, the same trending. And then I give them notes on what's suspicious, so they go, oh, that's suspicious. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just make sure that doesn't happen. Then they fix it, so it's not suspicious anymore. Yep, there's 10 for 10. There you go. 10 likes, 10 concurrents. There you go. You know, the numbers in a stream are bullshit when the numbers in a stream are bullshit when. I mean, I already told you guys about the time when we proved to you that they started this, and they literally were rating my stream #trans and stuff. Like the people that are posting those things, you know, like the nasty toxic memes and stuff like that. It's that. Because they were doing the same shit in here, because that was what they were doing. They actually wanted to see if they could make it say this. They got it to say a negative number for the concurrence. It actually said -1, -2. They wanted to see if they could do that. Yeah, so like it's just they just move the number to whatever they want it to say. That's why, like, blatantly at any given time there'll just be randomly a few hundred likes on here. Just like that. That's why. They showed us all on stream they could do that. And it started with me putting the YouTube Live control room on the screen. It started with that. Yeah. So again, the whole point is that's trash Windows. I mean, Windows is that trash that it has that breach point. But, you know, it's YouTube. It's their problem. You know, they literally never fixed this. You know, Russians hacked their servers and breached them way back, and they never did anything about it. Never reported it properly, and they're getting all these people breached. It's literally Google's fault. Google and YouTube didn't report getting breached by Russia. It's that simple. And anybody that like gets on here and, you know, like makes an account, yada yada yada, because YouTube and Google didn't report it like they should have. You know, again, I think Biden or somebody's DOJ sued the fuck out of Google. And so you got to rationalize there's something behind that. And yeah, Department of Justice is suing Google. There's something going on there. That's not good. Didn't the FBI, let's look at this, we'll go into what I'm going to talk about here a little bit. and sum this up, but didn't the FBI suing Trump's DOJ right now? Isn't the FBI like whistleblowing Trump's DOJ as just being like completely incompetent? Like, aren't they suing them? I'm pretty sure they are. We can look into that. Let me finish this. We just finished talking about how far outside. We were talking about interstellar space. We were talking about when it starts outside our own solar system. Interstellar space starts 80 AU astronomical units outside Pluto. So basically, literally like twice the distance that Pluto is from our sun is where interstellar space starts. It's crazy how far out that is insane. And Pluto is our furthest planet. That's why you have to realize. And Pluto, like, is considered to be really far out there. Like, the whole point is Neptune and Uranus. We want to find out more about them, but we can't, because they're so far out there. But Pluto is even further, and so, like, just to think about it like that, that's insane. The fact that interstellar space is twice that, even past Pluto. That is, wow, that is vast. So after that definition, after explaining, exactly where interstellar space starts, all that, 93, one astronomical unit, by the way, is 93 million miles. So remember that, that was the whole gravity of that situation, no pun intended. So it has more to do with the aura of the star and the gravitational reach of that star than it does the furthest planet, which makes sense since planets further out can be more susceptible to an asteroid or something like that. This is where it said something weird and then I corrected it. So this is what we're going to talk about, but let's listen to this.
Yes, that is much closer to the right picture. The edge of a solar system is not really defined by where the last planet is. It is more about the star's influence, especially its solar wind and magnetic environment, its gravity, the cloud of icy bodies still bound to it. So Pluto does not mark the border. It is just one object orbiting far out within the Sun's domain. An asteroid reaching Pluto would not mean Pluto is outside the solar system, though. Objects can cross paths anywhere. What matters is whether they are still moving under the Sun's overall control. Many comets and distant icy bodies are, even when they are far beyond Pluto. A useful way to think of it is, planets show part of the solar system. Heliopause marks where the Sun's wind stops dominating. Farther still, the Sun's gravity continues to dominate many objects. Interstellar space begins where you are no longer really in the Sun's local environment. So, yes, the boundary is about the Sun's reach, not the location of the outermost planet.
To which I said, did I say an asteroid hitting Pluto means it's outside our solar system? Why did you say that? I was confused by that addition. It added that. You know what I mean? Where, like, it literally added that. So Pluto does not... Wait, where is it? An asteroid reaching Pluto would not mean Pluto is outside the solar system, though. Objects can cross paths anywhere. What matters is why they are not. Where is it? I mean, it agrees with me that it... I don't know why I'm not seeing it now. But yeah, like, the point is, it said, you know, something about an asteroid hitting Pluto, and the whole point was that I was saying, did I say an asteroid hitting Pluto means it's outside our solar system? You know what I mean? Man, where does it imply that? It actually does imply that. I mean, it's there. I did sort of say it there. An asteroid reaching Pluto would not mean Pluto is outside the solar system, though. So, you know what I mean? Like, I guess that is what I'm pointing out, because I didn't really say anything about that. Hold on, let me just look. Maybe I'm just... Oh, yeah, like, the point is we're talking about... Yeah, we're talking about interstellar space, and I'm just making the point that it's far enough out that something else could have been there, not just Pluto, and been taken out by an asteroid or something like that. The whole point is that it's more susceptible to an asteroid, and it you know, like, yeah, so, like, that was the whole point. Did I say an asteroid hitting Pluto means it's outside our solar system? Yeah, I wasn't saying that. I was implying that because it's near the edge, there could have been something further out in the past that we don't know was there, and it got taken out by an asteroid. So, I was making the point that that's probably why there's such a gap. There may have been another planet there originally that we can't see. And so that was the whole point, was that it seemed weird. And I said, did I say an asteroid hitting Pluto means it's outside our solar system? Why did you say that? So here's where it follows up.
You didn't say that. I overinterpreted your point. You said outer planets can be more susceptible to an asteroid or something like that, and I incorrectly responded as though you were using that as a boundary test for being inside or outside the solar system. That was my mistake. What you were really saying was that it makes more sense to define the system by the star's sphere of influence than by the last planet, because the last planet is just an object out there, not a true border. That's a good way to think about it. So the clean version is, the edge of the solar system is not the furthest planet. It is better described by the sun's influence, such as the solar wind boundary.
It's a gravitational pull.
Farther out, its gravitational reach. Pluto is just a distant member of the solar system, not its edge. Good catch.
Yeah, like, we're talking... I even stated that. Like, the whole point was... Before that, I said, so it has more to do with the aura of the star and the gravitational reach of that star than does the furthest planet. Yeah, like, I already clearly stated that, and it was just sort of stating something wrong here. Like, it was like I was saying that. That was why I was like, you know what I mean? Did I say an asteroid hitting Pluto means it's outside or so? Like, yeah, so I guess that's why I said that. That was weird to me. An asteroid reaching Pluto would not mean Pluto is outside our solar system, though. That is weird that it says that. Because I was clearly saying that's not the case. Like, that was what I was... basically, my point, like I already stated, was, you know, again, we could have easily had... especially since there's so much space there between Pluto and our interstellar space after that, we could have easily had another planet, or maybe Pluto had its own moon at one point. And so you got to rationalize that something could have been there, and likely a moon of Pluto, very likely a moon of Pluto, that got, you know, hit by an asteroid or something like that. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, the whole point is that, if there is a lot of space, I'm just pointing that out, that it's not necessarily the furthest planet of said system, especially considering the space that's left. Does that make sense? That's what I was trying to say with that. So, Let's do... Let's do this. I want to get to this. I want to get to this. So, there seems to be a lot of people in our country that forget a good amount of what our history is. And I don't expect people from other countries to necessarily have, you know, like a daily history book on U.S. history. You know what I mean? I obviously don't expect that. So, let me remind you of something that those of us in the United States are taught in our schools. And we're taught this because we had a president that said this, that stood for this and fought for this. And it won. And the whole point of this was to never, ever, ever forget this ideal, this concept, because of how important it was to our own survival. You know, just as a species, as a country, but our survival as, again, overall, as a species, okay? So let me remind you what the great Abraham Lincoln once said with his address to the nation, to us, in Gettysburg, when they were fighting for civil rights, when we were engaged in a civil war. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. It's talking about 1776. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth unto this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation, any, so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. So this test was already there. We already had the test. And we passed it. Now it's come full circle, and we have to remember this. We don't have an Abraham Lincoln. We have an orange douchebag. We have an orange douchebag. We have a guy that paints his fucking face orange. And he's dividing people instead of this. This is what we came from. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or in any nation, any, not just this one, any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war, Gettysburg. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, We cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little know, nor long remember, what we say here. It's true. But it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us. That from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. And that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Mic drop. Yeah. That's timeless. Timeless. Even the word detract. Timeless. And remember, this is the man that was assassinated. Remember that. Remember that. This was the man that was assassinated. Yeah. Conspiracy and all. We've forgotten this in this country. Even the first sentence we've forgotten. That our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. All. That was what it was conceived under. And the whole point was that at that time, they were engaged in that civil war, testing that very thing. They were fighting for that. And that was the whole point. This was the test. Can they endure? They did. Barely. Barely. That wasn't really a win. That was a the North and the South massacred each other, and the foreign countries loved it. It wasn't a win. We did endure. Good will win. Trust me, it will. But you don't have to sit here and have a massacre just to decide which side to be on. You don't need to do that. The Gettysburg Address, you know, obviously, it was pretty legendary. It's something that you should be required to learn, in my opinion, and really important. Because this is the epitome of what a good person, a good president does. You know, they don't divide people. They use words to bring people together for a common cause. And the common cause shouldn't be invading a country. It should be uniting the one that we already have. Yeah. Anyway. That's pretty much it for the stuff I wanted to cover. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the stuff I wanted to cover. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I need to say in conclusion here, if there's anything else I'm missing. We talked about a lot of stuff. Talked about, obviously, interstellar and space and all that. We defined that for you. And again, that's the space outside, well past the furthest planet of a star system. So, you know, it's just that space between the star systems, not in the system itself, but significantly outside the system sometimes, and that's the space that's in between that, the sort of cold zone between that, where there's not a whole lot going on. There could, you know, I mean, like the whole point is there could be, like, you know, like space dust, cosmic rays, that sort of thing. Like, could be a bunch of stuff there, but, like, you know, not you know, planets necessarily. You know? So, no, not planets, really. Shouldn't even say necessarily not planets. So, yeah. You're not gonna find a random planet not in the system. So, at least to our knowledge, anyway. So, how things work. Planets are planets for a reason. They have warmth and life and all that. So, they need a star to do that. Again, unless somehow you have an ice planet that does the same thing, but it would still need, again, it's not. It needs an atmosphere somehow. So. It'll be real interesting to see that. That'd be a great Twilight Zone episode. Great Star Trek episode. The Planet with No System. Should be the name. Well, you would give it to a bad guy, right? Like a bad guy created it, right? It's Q's planet. Yeah, because it's not really there. Like, that's the point. You can't... It just wouldn't... I mean? It needs energy. Anyway. I'm just thinking. I think we're good. I mean, don't really need to go too much into anything else. It's just frustrating, the whole Sandbag LTD situation it is. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm a huge Black Label Society fan, obviously, and I want to be able to support them. It's just annoying. It's really fucking annoying. And, I should be able to do that. You know what I mean? Fans should be able to do that. It's not okay. So, when fan bases of other bands can clearly get their merchandise, and this band is just, they're exclusive. Come on. Get with the fucking program already. Come on. I've been around long enough that I know what this is. No, you're not fooling anybody. I've realized at this point what you're doing. So stop fucking doing it already. Just stop. Okay? No, it's ridiculous. It's just like I got a picture with the guy, with Zach, but because I got a signature and a picture, and he was a nice guy, and it was separate from his normal music stuff, if I post the picture and I talk about it, they have to pretend like it didn't happen. Yep, because then the record music business and stuff like that attacks him. Yep. It's so fucked up. That is so fucking stupid. It's not even funny. So because the guy was nice, he is him and he is allowed to do that, and you're an asshole and you just want to make every last money out of everything you possibly can, and you didn't want him to sign certain things and stuff like that, and he did because he's a nice fucking guy, now those fans are expected to be lawyers and experts on this stuff just because you that's putting pressure on that company wants to make money off every signature Zach Wilde puts out. And this is the point. The point is that you see it. You see who's doing it, because the fucked up thing of it is the guy is nice, so he will sign things. And then people just turn right around and sell that shit on the internet. If you go right now and you go online, you can find a bunch of fucking Zach Wilde signed shit just sitting there on the internet for sale. That's what people do. They're not sitting there getting them to sign it, because I've had mine since mine was signed in fucking 2010. Okay? I have a date on it and everything to prove it, okay? Nothing's happened to that, okay? And what am I getting that? A few $100? Okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? So, like, people are actually doing this, and like, it's just ridiculous. And so, like, it... Anyway, the point is that fans are not fans a lot of times. For that band. And they're too fucking stupid. They're like, really, like, seriously, they're not even paying attention to any of that. They got nobody to manage this properly. They don't realize that it's the assholes that, like I told you already, like, half of their audience stands there like this at the concert, staring straight ahead. And every one of them is the douchebags with the vests on, standing all up front, that are like the exclusive members. They can pay for all this shit. They are so goddamn entitled, and none of the other fans get anything. This is the problem. The problem is these bands that do these exclusive things, and then they separate the fan base. So the rich people that are the fans get whatever the fuck they want, and everybody else gets shafted. It's the truth. Yeah. And you do that. It's your band. You know, at the end of the day, it's your band. You're doing it. You control this shit. And this has been like this since forever. I have never been able to get a t-shirt, even so much as a t-shirt, unless I get it at a concert, which is why I have so many. I've been to literally more than I can count on two hands, which is why I have so many. But the fucking point is, they're all fucking old. Yeah, like, I want, like, I don't even have anything. I think the last t-shirt I have is probably, like, I think the last, like, 2019 or something like that. I don't even fucking know. Okay? Like, it'd be nice to just have a new shirt from the band, instead of wearing the same old ones. Oh, and by the way, your shirts are fucking garbage to begin with. They rip. It's the worst fucking quality. It doesn't fit. What are these things for fat people? It has never fit me. Ever. So, like, again, I wonder what the fuck you're doing. Because none of this stuff has ever been okay. Or good. Ever. Again, I pointed out the fact that I wanted the Viking hat that Zach always wears. You know, the one Zach is, he's in all these shorts and stuff. It's always sold out. Because Zach wears it. So everybody buys it, and they can't keep up with the demand. So they just refuse to. So therefore, I'll never get it. I have never been able to get it. I've gone on there, like, all the time. I go on there all the fucking time trying to look for that. It is never there. It is never available. I don't know how anybody gets it. I don't think they do. I personally just think whoever gets that, he orders them and hands them out to people, basically. That's it. And just promises this order to this person. It's like it literally is who knows this person and this person. They get their orders. Nobody else does. And that's what I noticed, too, with the fan base and stuff, where it's like the people that kind of knew him and knew the Doom Crew Incorporated and shit like that. They were the ones that got, up front and this and that. Yep. So that's the real reason that guy was pissed that day, because the whole point is he had already, the guy I told you about that left, he had been dealing with this already. He just recognized a pattern, and this was enough. He was pissed. That was the day that when he was like an hour and a half late or something like that. He just lost his shit. Like, this isn't even that. I'm not even talking about that. This is like my order is clearly never going to get here. I am never receiving. This order is done. They're claiming it's going to. No. You don't order something a month ago. It just sits there partially filled and just. Oh, we don't fucking. Fuck. Who knows? It was probably, we relocated. Who the fuck knows? We're just... No. Nope. No, they ain't doing shit. Nope. Especially when I go on social media and then I see posts from people where they placed an order like last week and they got their shit. Yeah. You know why? Because they live in California. Yeah. Kind of like how all his concerts are on the West Coast and anybody that's on the East Coast can't see him. Yeah. So, it's blatantly obvious that they are intentionally holding on to orders that come from the East Coast and this region, stuff like that, and just never fucking, they don't give a shit. And meanwhile, you're not even fucking doing concerts out here. Nobody can see you, and we can't even get your fucking merch. So basically, everybody just on the East Coast, you just can't stand them. You don't want concerts for them because, again, you don't have a single tour date out here at all for the next year, and I've never seen that with him. And then meanwhile, I can't even place an order at all. And we're talking about blacklabelsociety.com. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about how Sandbag Ltd cannot and will not fill an order that is paid for. This is paid for. And it's sitting somewhere. Partially filled for an entire month. That's fraud. You have charged somebody for something that you never plan on actually giving them. And then an entire month goes by, still no product. Yeah, I'm about to report you to the FBI. Yes. Yep, that's what comes next. Yes. That's fraud. You're clearly doing something with that. There's no product that you've provided. An entire month? Yeah, you steal money. That's what you do. You steal it. And then now you make a habit of showing that you don't have any tour dates. And then now you have an entire company that's always done this, where I can't ever get a shirt even from Hot Topic. None of your shirts are anywhere online available whatsoever. But I find all these other foreign shirts, Canadian, Irish chapter, but you don't even make a US chapter. Yeah, it looks pretty anti-American bullshit. And it's a cult. It's basically a cult anymore because you go to the fucking concert, those assholes act like that. So the whole point is, that's how the fan base treats it, and it just becomes that way. Where instead of it being what it should be, these bad actors and these assholes just take their own problems and put it into this. So it becomes something it shouldn't be. And meanwhile, all he's trying to do is put out some good music and stuff like that. But you just have an entire fucking cult that's never gonna fucking support you properly. Ever. Just like the asshole that I ran into at Walmart. And he was wearing a BLS shirt, and meanwhile the only shirt he had is the same fucking shirt I see on everybody. That the only person around here that can get a BLS shirt, it just says BLS worldwide. That's it. It's all it ever says. You never see any other shirt. Around here, nobody has them. They can't get them. It just says BLS World. Never see a damn other thing. And again, quite frankly, the venues that they perform at around here are always the shittiest ones. They are the shittiest fucking venues. So, I mean, like, it's just blatantly obvious to see that he does not like the East Coast. Even though it's kind of funny because he's from Jersey. So it's just very, very weird that they would treat this way. But it's sort of obvious. Because remember, that fan, I was like, yeah, Berserker, because it's Berserkers, Berserkettes is the name of the fan base. So I was like, yeah, Berserker. I remember the guy gave me a cold shoulder look. He was like, you know, like, what the fuck? Like, he had no clue what I was talking about, and he looked like, literally, like he wanted to hurt somebody. He was pissed. He didn't care. Yeah. Completely ignored me, cold shoulder. And I was just trying to be like, hey, Berserker, yeah! Because he was wearing a BLS Worldwide shirt in Walmart. And that's that's every asshole that I've come across that was a Black Label Society fan. They act like an asshole. Every one of them. Never organically coming across somebody that's just a nice person that's wearing a Black Label Society shirt. Always an asshole. Always, 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 always. Always. Every single time. This is true. Even at the concerts. Even then. I swear to God. So, like, what do I get out of this? What the fuck do I get out of this? Ever! Except that I like the music. And then I want to talk about it with the fan base, other people that supposedly like it. And they're just assholes. Every single fucking time. Complete assholes. Why? I wonder if it has something to do with the availability of the band. Gee. It's the truth. Man. The number of fucking times I saw an asshole start a fight at a Black Label Society concert, didn't deserve to be there, the wrong person got thrown out, just security not being security. The dumbest, worst security, just shit fucking douchebag assholes doing this job. Okay? So, let me get this straight. You're surprised at my reaction when I'm starting to recognize the fact that again, you're not managing the band properly. It's literally that fucking basic. Your manager is trash. Period. End of discussion. Your manager is trash. So who's your manager? Zakk Wylde? Is it Zakk Wylde? If it's Zakk Wylde, get a manager. The guy's great at guitar, but trust me, he's fucking shit at managing things. Okay? If that's the case, okay, again, the guy's great at singing, great at guitar, fucking garbage at managing things. Okay? And you just own up to it and hire a fucking manager, because I'm getting sick of it. I am sick and tired of the bullshit. It's always been the case. Since forever, I have never been able... This is probably one of the last... I actually had the... Remember when they did this? Okay, this company was so trash that they went with another company. And they had to abandon that company too. Because that company was so fucking trash that the whole point was they were, there was something like they were charging them a lot or something like that. Okay, well, you know what? That was when I could order product. Yeah, I could actually order product. See? $2005 is what it says on the back. Yep. Sure, gee, sure would be nice to order something newer than that. That's when I bought it. Yeah. That long ago. I have been a fan this long. This is how I am treated. This is how we feel. Because again, anybody else that's doing the same thing, they're going to feel the same fucking way. Do you think that the teenagers that want to like your band, that go to your concert and stuff like that, think very highly of your band after leaving your concert when pretty much everybody there acts like this? Do you think they feel that way? I sure as hell thought certain things of them many times and didn't want to go to another concert. That's why there was like years of gaps in between, and I had to I was like, well, who's opening for them? And like, if it was like Sevendust or something like that, I was like, okay, well, I get to see Sevendust too. I swear to God, that's why. Because I didn't even want to fucking go see him anymore because it was a terrible experience. It was just bad. Like, it was fine watching Zakk, but half the time I couldn't watch. Like, just assholes. Acting like assholes. The entire concert is incredibly unenjoyable. And, again, security normally deals with this shit, but they don't have fucking security. I have been to so many concerts, and they have infinitely better security than Black Label Society. So, I mean, Jesus Christ, can you just fucking manage the band properly already? I am sick of this. And this isn't a fake, no. Fix your shit. I am tired of it, Zakk. I'm dead serious. I'm calling him out. I don't care. I don't care who it is. Fix your goddamn shit, dude. The fuck's the matter with you? What, you can run scales all day, but you go turn stupid fucking retard when it comes to people ordering merchandise? Dude, if somebody spends $200 fucking ordering shirts and shit, you should send them their fucking order. You shouldn't just hold on to the money and be like, well, maybe one day we'll send them something. Maybe fucking one day. What the fuck is the matter with you? Not okay. Not okay. And then the fucking the company doesn't respond. and only responds under threat of reporting to the Better Business Bureau, and then conveniently I go to the Better Business Bureau and exactly that is reported. Yep, they don't answer. They have an F rating. They are shit. And this is the company he's using. So, again, another shit company, but this time they're cheap. So, you know, he's probably not going to get rid of them because they're fucking cheap. What the fuck? Your product isn't. You have t-shirts on there for $50 fucking dollars. What the fuck? What the hell? Bullshit. Oh yeah, I didn't want to make a guitar that breaks the bank and shit. Bullshit. You wanted to make guitars. Own up to it. That's what I'm starting to recognize. When I see this shit, I'm starting to put two and two together where other people told me that too. And I went, no, I don't believe it. Now I'm starting to put it together. You own everything. Yep. Your wrecking company, your guitar amps, your fucking production company, Yep. I'm starting to put it together. So now that you own a lot more of it and you're in control of it, it's even more fucking garbage than it ever was. I basically can't ever get anything. And I definitely don't want to go to a concert, like, ever. I mean, literally just drunk, dumb fucking people the whole time. They're just wasted. Stupid fucking people that go, literally just dumb motherfuckers that treat people like shit that go to those concerts. It's like 80-90%. That's how, like, the one-off person that's a nice person that goes to that show. Yeah. Yep, he's the guy bringing his girlfriend or his wife or something like that. He's not the douchebag going by himself or with other, the other guy or something. Nope. They always act a certain way. Unbelievable. That this is a thing that I have to do. That again, you have an order, blacklabelsociety.com, Zakk Wylde, best guitarist in the world, basically, but you can't sit here and fucking buy a t-shirt. Nope. They'll just hold on to it for months and months and months and months and months. You'll give them your money, but nah. Nope. Scam. Lies. Yep. So, that's just how I feel about that. Literally, you're going to fucking act like that, you're getting reported to the FBI. It's that simple. And I'm going to start wondering about the rest of your organization. Because that's how it is at the concerts. It's nasty. They don't do security properly. They care about whether people are coming up on the stage. That's it. They don't care about the crowd. You're responsible for that. It's your concert. It's your crowd. What the fuck you doing? Other musicians can do it right. And maybe they don't like me using their name, but I don't give a shit. Because they're the ones doing it right. So if you're going to do it right, and then act a certain way when I use your name. Well, fuck you. You're the one doing it right, so I have to. I have to use you as an example because these other assholes are entitled fucking bitches that aren't doing it right. And they're just kind of going, oh, it's not my responsibility. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So maybe this guy just wants to fucking get high and play fucking guitar solos all the time. But you need to fucking manage your band once in a while. And if somebody places an order, you shouldn't sit somewhere for an entire fucking month, 2 months at a time. You're just to sit, oh, let's just hold the guy's money and just never send him anything. It's called illegal. It's called a fraud scam organization. You didn't send me anything. I just literally paid you to do nothing. What the fuck? So, I'm just going to report it. That's all that's going to happen. Manage it. Because this is the point. The music's getting better. He's continuing to get better with the music. The fan base just becomes... whoo! And trust me, some of those are the douchebags that are coming in here being MAGA and shit like that. Trust me, it's some of them, that's what it is. Uh-huh. That's what it is. Because this guy refuses to take a stance. State how he feels. Alright, well, then you're going to have a fan base that's completely divided too, where you don't take a stance against the behavior. So this behavior continues into your concerts, where you didn't take a stance against childishness. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about literally adults being able to justify treating people like fucking garbage just because they would vote for an orange douchebag that acts the same way. Not normalcy, but adults acting like fucking teenagers. Like they never got over their schoolyard bullying bullshit. So I'm fucking done with that stupid shit. And I stood there for hours waiting for Zakk Wylde to show up while another guy bitched about him being late. I have stood there for hours waiting for Zakk Wylde to show up for every concert I have ever been to. Ever! So, you want to start managing shit? I'm sick of this! If I place an order for fucking a t-shirt or something a month ago, you shouldn't just not send it. Let's just keep his money. Never send him any. Let's just... What the fuck? Breaking the bank my ass? You want to hold people's money and never send them their fucking order? How long does it take to order a guitar? I'm just curious. Does it take 2 fucking years to order a guitar too? That sounds straight up like scam. Thank you, Troll Slayer. I appreciate it. Yeah. Go to... Somebody do an experiment. If you have some extra money and you like Black Label Society, do an experiment for me. Try to order a $50 t-shirt. They're fucking $50 fucking dollars! Order a t-shirt. And see if it gets sent to you. You probably won't. But only if you're in the States. If you're in another country, I'm convinced this has nothing to do with anything. I think it's an anti-American thing. I do. I think that Black Label Society and Doom Crew Incorporated work with too many Native Americans, and they are very anti-American. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be rude, but they are sometimes. Like some Spanish, some, not all, and some Native Americans, just because of where they come from, are taught wrong. They're taught to be anti-American and have these sentiments. And obviously that's incorrect to just be anti-American, because I already just went through what being a true American, all men are created equal. We're not... This is ridiculous. And thank you, because I agree. It's a fucking scam. So how long does it take to order a fucking Wild Audio guitar? 2 fucking years? How about an amp? Another year? What do you just, boy. Maybe one day I'll get around to filling that order for that guy. Maybe one day. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. They can be like that. Are you speaking of Black Label Society in general, or are you just... What do you mean, they? Because I have had that experience, actually, with Black Label Society in general. I have. The Native Americans. Yeah, yeah, they can. I appreciate the support there. Yeah, they can, because, again, it's just an anti-American sentiment passed down from generation after. It's inherited and they don't know how to get over it. Much like the hate Americans have that's taught to them from Trump and MAGA and all that. It's a Republican sentiment that's actually just anti-conservatism. The Republicans are actually anti-conservatism. They're actually against conservatism. That's the problem. The Democrats are being conservative now. Republicans are just being anti-things. They're not doing anything. They're just anti-conservatism. That's the problem. So, most people don't get that about the modern day problem. They just align themselves with Republicans. They don't understand that they're not actually conservative. They're not anything. They're just anti-conservative. Then the Democrats are actually trying to do things and be successful, so they're being conservative, and the Republicans just endlessly blame the Democrats because they actually do things. So, yeah, like you said, it's not all of them. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. But because of those sentiments being passed down, that's why it is some of them. And that's why I mentioned them specifically. I mean, obviously there's a reason I say that. It's not just, oh, Native Americans, Well, no, there's a reason for that, and that's the reason, Obviously the white man came and took this land. I mean, there's a reason they're called Native Americans. We came, again, it is what it is now, and it was what it was when Abraham Lincoln made that message. But the whole point is that, honestly, truthfully, the white man came here. It was not uninhabited, and there was plenty of room. We could have coexisted and stuff and stayed, but we didn't do that. They just took over, and so that past we have moved away from, and the whole point was that Abraham Lincoln was in support of the fact of creating an equal ground for Native Americans, blacks, anybody really, that where people are trying to use this concept of what they used initially, slavery, to brainwash the modern folk, into thinking. Because it's the concept of slavery is to brainwash the average person into thinking that that person that's doing that slave job isn't worth doing a different job. That's the point of it, so that they can justify having that. So obviously it's not true. I'm just stating why they do it. It's like the concept of religion. Religion must exist because otherwise eventually everybody's going to kill each other. I don't care what it has to be. You have to have a system of religion, otherwise everybody's going to go fucking nuts. People are just too stupid. They can't think about their own fate too much, or they become depressed, and they want to. You know what I mean? Like it's Donald Trump. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like, guy's claiming he's really healthy and he's got like this rash like hiding. So you know, really he has all this fucking makeup on. Anyway, I am gonna get going, but I'm very angry, obviously, at Black Label Society. I am. I'm very angry with them. Plain and simple. You know, again, they're on top. I sat here trying to boost, you know, and every ounce of every last second on stream that I can, I'm like, you know, Zakk Wylde, Black Label Society, you know, just, and I even said a while ago, you know, I really think people underestimate Zakk's vocals, and I think that, you know, not people don't give them enough credit, and there's just so many. She actually has a lot of albums now. I spent a lot of time talking about them and a lot of time supporting them over the years to just be overlooked, be treated like shit, quite frankly. You know. All while the streamer awards were going on, Zakk Wylde goes on Kai Cenat's stream and does a solo and stuff like that in his room. All while I was talking about how I was Black Label, you know, they're my favorite and stuff like that. Has been since forever. You know, who the fuck's this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? This guy that just comes out of nowhere, he's just going to be like, oh, I like Zakk Wylde now. Oh, just randomly, I like him. And then, you know, because he's fucking rich and he's huge, he can boost Zakk, so Zakk does it. It's a good... Yeah. But that's what's fucked up about it, too. Think about what he could do for my image and for me. Nope, he's not going to do that. He's just going to endlessly not send me the order that I fucking ordered. And then I can't even sit here and boost him and promote him the way I want to. For more people to go like him. No. The reality is, he wants this. He wants douchebags, assholes, to promote his band. He does not want intelligent people doing it. It's very obvious. That's what it is. I guarantee it. That's what it is. He has recognized that intelligent people boosting his image is bad for his image, and he does not want this. He wants dumb motherfuckers that just want to sit here, and again, when he's doing a solo and he's kicking ass, the best that they can do is go, whoa! And yell at the fucking camera and shit like that, and not have anything... Oh, God. I could sit here and talk the complexities of everything he's doing, and nope, but no. Nope. 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 You don't want that. You just want the dumbest fucking version of... What? Oh, Jesus Christ. So you could help, but you don't. And then you further promote this ridiculousness of the pyramid scheme. It's bad enough with the assholes in the vest that stand in front of it. I swear to God, that is literally go look at a picture. I swear to God, all you need to do is look at a picture of the audience. You will see vests in the front, and they're all there, and everybody behind wears like normal clothing and stuff like that. It looks like a fucking motorcycle cult. You know, like a biker cult or something. That's literally what it fucking looks like. And they are assholes. Like, assholes. I swear to God, I was in a parking lot walking into a venue one time, and a bunch of them were all standing around the motorcycle, and they were talking and stuff like that, and I swear to God, they were talking about a female that they had just seen, and they were hoping that she was old enough. And they were all just talking about, like, it was just like some of the most fucking Christ. They could have talked it, like, they could have been looking forward to the concert. There could have been so many other things, but they just could not. This young female walked by wearing fishnets with somebody else, clearly like a father or something like that, somebody older than them, and these group of guys, like, Jesus Christ, it was disgusting. So just not an environment any female would want to go to. And any woman I have ever dated, I never wanted to take them because it smells like piss. I would have to, like, really watch them, and it was not good. And that's the fucking point. So behavior that only fits one type of motherfucking asshole. Yeah, you hate saying it, but it really appears to be related to some kind of biker gang. Of course it is! Obviously! The whole image is the biker gang, the vests and everything. Like, it's obvious that it's that. So I'm just tired of it blatantly being clear that this is a malicious gang. Biker gangs that are assholes should not be allowed. Period. Should be completely dismantled and investigated by the FBI and law enforcement. Because they're a gang. That means they're probably regularly committing, like, crimes and shit like that. And that's why they get away with acting like assholes at the fucking local concerts and shit. Because, you know, they got each other's backs. Are you kidding me? They're fucking pussies in a real fight, too. Like, the whole point is, like, I would just end every single one of them in seconds, and they'd pick a fight with anybody. And then meanwhile, if that's the case, they then would unfairly whip out a gun or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, these are not respectful fucking people. Okay? I mean, it shouldn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how it happened with Dimebag Darrell either. The guy was performing with another band. This fan is a fucking lunatic. And he brings a gun in and he shoots several people, including Dimebag. I mean, it's really not any different. And like, this is your entire... And you even, this is your best friend, supposedly, right? And you have a song for this, and it's all about this, and... I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, Zach, do something about it. It's only worse? No, No, I think you're an asshole for not doing something about it when it's only worse. And especially considering the fact you put his face all over the place and play In This River. You have the nerve to do that. And you're touring with Pantera. You have the nerve to do this, and it's only worse. I sure as shit don't want to go to a Pantera concert. Fuck no. You think I want to go to a Pantera concert with you playing guitar? I'll boost it. I'll be like, there shouldn't be anybody else. And I'll talk good about it. But I am not going because you never did anything about it. Nope. And all those douchebag assholes are just going to go and follow you to that concert because they're your fans. Makes me wonder if all the douchebag fans that Ozzy had a problem with over the years were just Black Label Society fans. Yep, probably. It's sort of like Tool fans. You ever notice that about Tool fans? Tool fans are just assholes. Do you ever notice that? Like, I love Tool. I love Maynard James Keenan. But their fans are just fucking assholes. At least the ones I've come in contact with. They are nasty. They don't like any other music. It's all Tool. Maynard's the best singer ever, even though he's not. I mean, I love Maynard, but, I mean, come on. The guy sings in this key all the time, and it's really easy to do. It's not even that hard. It just sounds really creative to a Tool riff. It's not that hard to do. He's just like one of the only ones that like creatively very, like they did it very successfully. And Tool has a absolutely fucking incredible drummer. That's it. That's it. It's their drummer. It's all their drummer. They wouldn't even be able to do progressively what they do with their riffs if it weren't for their drummer. It's all the drummer. It's just like Blink-182. Blink-182 is what they are because of Travis Barker. That's it. So just like Black Label Society is what they are because of Zach, I don't know, maybe fucking JD can do something about this for once or something like that instead of just fucking taking a paycheck. You know, like can we do something? How many drummers have they been through? They're like the fucking Spinal Tap band. Their fucking drummer spontaneously combusts. Yes, rest in peace, but I mean, it's blatantly obvious the problem. Yeah, Confetti. You know why their drummer, they go through drummers, right? You know why? You want to know why? I know why. A lot of people don't know this. You want to know why? Drummers keep their mouths shut too. They don't say shit. Oh yeah, this'll piss them off. Fucking send my goddamn order, dude! What the fuck? Why can I sit here and endlessly have all this shit to talk, but I don't even... I've met you once. Because your band is fucking shit behind the scenes? The only thing that's good about them is the music? Yes. Period. Yes. Yep. Not trying to be rude. It's the truth, though. It was the same thing with Ozzy, though, too. No, it was. It was. Trust me. I love Ozzy. Sony took advantage of him. Sony took advantage of Ozzy. That wasn't Ozzy. That was fucking Sharon. So what is this endlessly capitalizing on how dumb the fan base is to these things that they don't know? Drummers are hard to get because a drummer has a style and they're expensive because they require gear. They play with what they play with, and it is sort of important for them to have their gear because they sound the way they sound. And it's not like with a guitar. It's really not. So oftentimes it's a bit more demanding where they require a bit more for the drums, the sponsorships of whoever they use, that sort of thing. But then at the same time, they have to mesh with your sound very well. And you have to believe that they do. And if you're a douchebag with your head up your ass, you might think they don't. Yet, my two favorite albums had their two most technical drummers. Order of the Black, Catacombs of the Black Vatican. And yet Zach, he's everything. He's like, simple. No, you keep it simple. That's fine for you. Stop forcing this on the other musicians, okay? That drummer is going to be creatively what they're going to be. And trust me, they bring it out of you. That was the best shit you ever fucking did. Period. And then, trust me, it went downhill. Grimmest Hits? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Grimmest Hits? I had to explain to somebody that it wasn't a hits CD. Like, literally, and then not only that, how many times? What? Oh yes, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, come on, like, just that whole fucking album was just. I don't even understand what the fuck that was. Doom Crew Inc., the follow-up, way better, a million times better, and it's getting better now again. But again, I have no fucking clue what Grimmest Hits was. You want to know the honest truth? That's the truth. I have no fucking clue what the hell that was. Except maybe like an incomplete album. No, like, the whole point was, it was Grimmest Hits because he made a bunch of songs that sound like they came from each different album. That was the whole point. But I am so tired of Zach limiting himself to simple things when he doesn't need to do that. I am so sick of it! Damn it! Fuck! Best guitar player in the fucking world and... Do-do-do-do, widow! Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, widow! Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, widow! Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, widow! doo-doo, doo-doo. It has to be literally the most boring guitar riff I have ever heard. It would have been like a million times better if you made it even a half a step faster. But you literally just like the whole thing is boring as shit. And then it's a love song. Jesus Christ, dude. So you took Black Label Society, went totally different, and then you took the laziest riff on the entire thing and went love song. Genius. What were you smoking that month? I'm just curious. What were you smoking that month that you did that? A love beyond. A love unreal. Again, if it were faster, even a half a step faster, better. Immediately better, because I have the pacing. Yeah, okay. But just like slow. Dun 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 widow. Do 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 dun do do dun 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 widow. Do 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 do. It's basically the tempo. Now you know why Destruction Overdrive gets stuck in my head all the time. Can you not play it anymore or something? Like, I miss shit like that. That's why I fucking love Damn the Flood. That's why I love Damn the Flood. I've got to end it all. Because it sounded so much like fucking Destruction Overdrive. And then you had that awesome fucking solo. Awesome! Oh, but and trust me, your drummer, his job is very hard right now. I'm just saying, his job seems like it's very hard right now. Drummers hate that. Just saying. But whatever. The guy on Order of the Black, that was actually the guy from Evanescence, too. Yeah. So, like, they've used, like, popular, good drummers before. And I've also mentioned Chad Zaliga, who's amazing. He played with Breaking Benjamin, too. I think he was probably one of the best drummers they had. One of the most technical ones they had. And he was on Black, and everything sounded amazing. It was tight. He didn't struggle to keep up. His percussion was phenomenal too. Like, the percussion kept up to some of those guys that try to do percussion. It doesn't. You know what I mean? It's almost like they're lazy about it. They can't. No, he nailed it, and he nailed it. I loved it. Anybody that can actually throw in and do percussion, Jesus Christ, man, that's the art. So just the fact that he could do that, I don't know, hold on, I want to remember. Will Hunt. Will Hunt. Will Hunt was the drummer on Order of the Black. He was the drummer in Evanescence. I don't know for how long it was he their original drummer. I just know he was in Evanescence. I think that was why he had to leave, because they were putting the band back together. They came back, and Will Hunt was part of that. So I think that was the idea, was Evanescence was putting the band back together. I think that's actually why that happened. And think about the drums on Order of the Black. We had Crazy Horse and Godspeed Hellbound, where you had you had that ability of a drummer to keep up with that and be technical with that. And he was one of the best too. I mean, Craig Nunemacher, he's irreplaceable. He was the original, he's irreplaceable. There hasn't been one to replace him, period. There's no replacement. Every drummer after that, I feel, has adapted that, the groundwork that he laid for the band to be the way they are, and adapted from their own playing style, based on their own playing style, and what the groundwork was that Nunemacher had laid for them. He left just for personal reasons, but I've almost never seen this. Order of the Black, 100% of Google users liked the album. Remember, even when we were talking about Amazing last time, we saw like 98, 99%. 100% of Google users liked the album. Yeah, this was, and I remember even at the time, stupid, trolly, douchebag fans acting like this. This is how Black Label Society fans are. I remember at the time, they were talking trash. They were talking trash. They were like, oh, Zach's wearing this Native American thing, and he's a sellout, and I remember that. It was all that. Who cares? So what? He's branding to get more money from it. Okay. Isn't that what you do? If the brand works, why not? I mean, like, what the fuck? I call that genius. So yeah, like people were just trying to throw shade on it, and it pretty much is the best album. This one, and again, I loved Catacombs of the Black Vatican, but Blessed Hell Ride, Mafia, those were really good too. But yeah, this was my favorite, Order of the Black. And yeah, Will Hunt was on that one, and I just loved the drums there. So no, it's just more about the fact that this felt at the time like a real Black Label Society album. I actually am looking forward to this, like this new one. This is really awesome. I really like this so far. I really like the stuff that they've released from it. But again, I'm not saying, like, I was just sort of trolling Grimace Tits a little bit. Like, I didn't hate Grimace Tits, but it just, I don't know, it felt very in between, very just because. We're gonna release this just because. That's how it felt. It felt unnecessary. Almost like we could have put these songs, split them up, and put them on different albums, Because that's how they felt. They felt not worked, if that makes sense. They felt very, very formatted, even for Black Label Society. That's all. And then the one, in my opinion, like Trampled Down Below, that was probably like the best one on there. That and All the Ones Shine. That one I actually like. Both of those were really good. Actually, the ones that were the best ones on there were the slow ones. Yeah, the slow ones were the best ones on there. So like it just, I guess maybe that was the idea, but I liked that about Order of the Black too. I loved Darkest Days. I love Darkest Days, and Time Waits for No One. Loved that. January was good too. I liked January. I liked them. Yeah, I mean, I liked. You guys know I've mentioned his solo stuff before too. So I mean, I like his solo. You guys know I've told you to go watch Lost Prayer. Lost Prayer. I was blown away when Book of Shadows 2 came out. Lost Prayer was just phenomenal. It was every bit on par with Sold My Soul. You know, where he had that, and it was just legendary when that one came out. And people really, really underestimated that one, and has remained legendary and a favorite of the fan base. But now again, Lost Prayer comes out, and it's just amazing. So he very clearly can write a good song. It just I don't know who the fuck's managing his band and doing such a shit fucking job. No, they have a manager. It's not Zach. They have a manager. They have a manager. So I said, who manages Black Label Society? It just told me. They do have a manager. They do. It's not Zach. So, your manager is fucking shit. I am annoyed. No, your manager's shit. Fire your manager immediately. He's fucking garbage. You know what? Let's look at this. Let's look up this motherfucker. Let's look him up. Oh, okay. Oh, there he is. There we go. Oh, he's the former bassist for Rob Zombie. Oh, imagine that. Zach just uses friends and stuff like that. So he's taking advantage of you. Are you kidding me? You know that, like, Zach and Rob Zombie, they're, like, friends, right? So, like, this has got to stop. Stop this. You're helping this guy because Ozzy poached. Sharon and Ozzy are assholes. They are. Period. End of discussion. Big surprise, okay? So, let me tell you what happened. What actually happened. Because Zach's a nice guy. Ozzy and Sharon are assholes. Let me tell you what happened. During a tour, they poached Rob Zombie's drummer a while back. Stole him in the middle of a tour. Rob Zombie threatened to sue because he had every right to, because he couldn't finish his tour now. So Zach probably gave him a drummer and stuff like that to smooth things over. And now they've been, going back and forth with this whole thing since ever. And it's causing this dynamic where you're going back and forth trying to justify this ancient thing that's long gone that you shouldn't be. Okay? That's what actually happened. And Ozzy, they offered this guy more money, and this douchebag is the one that, again, the whole point is he's the douchebag that took it, taking more money to leave a tour, okay? So just look, stop. All right? Call the douchebag out. That's a douchebag for leaving Rob Zombie and to go to Ozzy for more money. That's him. That ain't anybody else but him, okay? I'm not saying he's a bad drummer or anything like that. He's a fucking douche, though, if he does that, okay? And then meanwhile, this guy that was a bassist for Rob Zombie, and former bassist and backing vocalist for Rob Zombie, former bassist of Ozzy. I mean, and again, he was the manager for Black Veil Brides. This guy should know what the fuck he's doing, and clearly he is garbage. Clearly he is not doing a good job at all. Yep, there he is. I've seen him. It's Blasko. Blasko. Yeah, that's his stage name. So it's Blasko, the guy that's in like Zach Sabbath and all that. I didn't even know that. This guy, he's garbage. Because if he was any good at his job, he would realize that I've placed an order on blacklabelsociety.com a month ago, and they fucking charged me, and it's just sitting somewhere, just sitting there. Oh, nope. Nothing I ordered is on pre-order. Nothing I ordered is out of stock. It's just fucking sitting there, and Sandbag LTD is all like, duh! We moved our warehouse! Duh! So, alright, we've covered who manages Black Label Society and is terrible at his job. So, let's, again, I love the guy too, but fire him if he's bad. Alright? Stop this! Jesus Christ! It's like the asshole that sat here trying to take advantage of my channel. Remember Cookie? Alright, yeah, I want to be nice to him too. But he's an asshole that will take advantage of your niceness. Stop it! There's no difference between him and the devil. He's putting this on to fool you. He's worse. Stop it! He's playing a nice guy card. I am annoyed because this is my favorite band and they make it hard to purchase their shirts and merch in general. I placed an order over a month ago and they haven't even shipped it. And don't even provide tracking information. Did you know that? It says it right on the site. When you place an order to blacklabelsociety.com, they don't fucking provide tracking. So, let me get this straight. You're going to provide me the service of insurance if you lose my package. Because that's an option. To get insurance if I lose it. If you lose it. But no tracking to track it. To see where it is. Tells me you don't want people to know where it is. To track it. To know how slow the fucking process is. That's what that tells me. Why else wouldn't you? Everybody else does tracking. How hard is that? Jesus Christ. What are you, fucking stupid? I'm annoyed because this is my favorite band and they make it hard to purchase their shirts and merch in general. I placed an order over a month ago and they haven't shipped it and don't even provide tracking information. That is incredibly frustrating, especially for a band with such a dedicated Doom Crew following. It sounds like you're dealing with common delays reported by other fans using the official store. And this is, they have a sighting here on Reddit from people posting even just last year. Here, let's look at this. Yeah, this is Deftones. This isn't even Black Label Society. Someone tried to order Deftones. This person says, and again, this was back 5 months ago, I ordered some merch and vinyls with my girlfriend about a month ago and got no updates yet. The current status of our order is preparing shipment. Mine just says partial. That's all mine says. Mine literally says it's paid for, and it just says partial. What the fuck that means? So anyway, the current status of our order is preparing shipment. Just wondering, is that if that's the normal delay and we're stressing out for nothing? So again, they're stressing too. And yeah, like we see, this is a list of items. They spent some money. First comment. People are always complaining about delays on this sub, so I would assume it's normal. They are just very slow. 14 upvotes. Jesus Christ! What garbage! Fucking Christ. Here are the direct steps and contact details you must need to track down your order, yada yada yada. So it gives me the Black Label Society store, yada yada, says it's managed by Sandbag Limited, yada yada yada. So then it says check for pre-order stalls. I already did that. Nothing's on pre-order. It even says all these things. So then I said it's actually Sandbag Ltd that is being difficult and admitted that they aren't sending the order. Then it says, that is incredibly frustrating, especially since Sandbag Ltd is the official fulfillment partner for the Black Label Society store. If they have explicitly admitted they aren't sending the order, which they did, you should immediately pivot from tracking to recovery. They've admitted they're not sending it. They've admitted that. They're literally just admitted that they are just not sending the order. 1. Escalation contacts at Sandbag, yada yada yada. I already contacted them. Is the point? It goes like basically it's just bad. It looks bad. They're agreeing, and again, this is Gemini agreeing with me. Okay, if it's Google agreeing with me, I mean they don't necessarily want to agree with me. They're agreeing. Then I said they replied directly from email stating that this order is backlogged because they moved their warehouse, but an order shouldn't just sit around and not be shipped for an entire month after charging someone. They should shut down the site if they can't fill orders. Period. That's what I said, and then they said that is a massive failure on their part. Moving a warehouse is a standard business operation that should never result in a black hole where they take customer money and stop filling orders for a month without warning. Yes! Exactly! If they've already charged your car, you're technically in violation of FTC mail order rules or similar consumer protection laws if they are operating out of the UK, which require merchants to have a reasonable basis for expecting that they can ship within the promised time frame, usually 30 days. Fuck, it's not. Are you kidding me? No. Black Label Society is a scam. And it starts with their manager. And start with Zach. Nobody thinks Zach is a scam. Blasco, the guy that's the former bassist of Rob Zombie, the former bassist of Rob Zombie, the former bassist of Ozzy. Why is he the former? Because he's an asshole? Now, I'll be honest with you, I never thought this. I always thought he seemed nice. That's why I'm kind of thinking this. Because I don't know anything about him. I've always talked good about him. I was always like, oh wow, it's Blasco. Blasco's awesome. I love Blasco. Now this. I find out he's been the fucking manager the whole time? I didn't even know that. Fuck! Right under your nose. Manage the band! What the fuck are you doing? And then this is the guy Zach is using? Like, remember, he was in Zach Sabbath and stuff like that. Wasn't he tracking for Zach Sabbath and shit? Like, come on. Give this guy a job? Expect him to do something. Fuck! God damn it, man. How the fuck long does somebody... Again, that is the law. People do have a reasonable expectation to expect their order. Yes, absolutely. And that was my point. And that is the FTC order rule, mail order rules. Since you've confirmed the order is backlogged due to internal warehouse moves and has exceeded the 30-day limit without firm shipping date. Yeah. Yeah, that is what we're gonna do. Yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start calling this a scam, getting behind this, tracking this. They've charged me already, and they're just sitting on the money. There's no difference between when Amazon jumps all over this. You know, somebody's order hasn't arrived. Amazon really quickly tries to make sure they're refunding people, and then they attack that. You know, because the whole point is that this looks like you're running a scam, like you're just stealing their money. Why? Did you see the little shift in my bit rate? There? What the fuck? Right as I started to mention Amazon and Amazon scams and running Amazon scams, and I told you this is probably an Amazon scam. My little shift a little bit of the little signal bit right there, almost like they're trying to reach in and do something. Yeah. Imagine that. Yeah. And it's as simple as me finding the fact that I can sit here and find all these Black Label Society items for sale on Amazon, third party, and I know flat out they're not supposed to be doing that. It is officially licensed stuff sold from BlackLabelSociety.com. There's a reason those shirts are $50 fucking. And then meanwhile, Blasco sitting here selling third party, or somebody is. Somebody is. So my thing is, it looks really bad on you as a band manager when this has been a thing that's been happening since forever. Now, it says that the band formerly worked with other, like, I guess, I don't know who the fuck these other people are. But I'm not happy. Oh, now there's tour dates on this side of the fucking country. Now there are. Yeah, when I originally looked this up, there weren't. So maybe they just added those. Here's one in Philly. What the fuck is that? What's that venue? What the fuck is that? I don't know what the fuck that is. What is this? They always play at fucking things I don't know. Oh, alright, that one has good ratings. Oh, that's a big one. So they're actually playing at a big one for once. See, this is something I'm not used to with them. They play it at venues that are a pain in the ass. So that's actually a good venue for once. I'm used to going to a pain in the ass venue. There's not enough room. It's like a bar. It smells like piss. I'm serious. That's what I'm used to. Like, the Sovereign Center, that was fine. The Hammerstein Ballroom, that was fine. Those were fine. But, you know, if they're playing the Rams Head in Baltimore, that ain't big enough. And trust me, they play the Rams Head in Baltimore, and it ain't big enough. And there's so fucking many people in there, you can't even stand. So why are we see? I haven't seen the bitrate shift in how long? How long has it been? And now we're seeing it ever so slightly, you know, the almost like it's trying. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think's happening there? What do you think's happening there? What do you think's happening there? Do you think that celebrities and people that do booking and stuff like that have ways of causing problems for people that talk about other people? Do you think they do? I think they do. And I think that this is the issue. That the more you sit here and you get to the bottom of who's doing that, you know what I mean? Like, obviously that's not fair. Obviously, people have the right to their own opinions and whatnot. And so with it being a private platform and stuff like that, you have to rationalize who the fuck is sitting on here doing that. Yeah, I'm like the fan, basically. More concerts than I can count on two hands. I met him. I like his solos are so fucking good, they make me cry. His guitar harmonies are permanently in my head. They never leave my head. Ever. Especially if a new one comes out. Literally, ever since that new one came out, the guitar solo, it's in my head. It's in my head right now. I can literally, it's just the it's literally in my head. I can just constantly hear it. Yep. And this is how I'm treated. Anytime I speak my mind about how fucking garbage these things are, I'm attacked. I am treated like shit. Oh yeah, well we're not gonna be like nice to you or anything, and then give you a reason to feel good about being a fan. The rest of the fan base is gonna forever treat you like shit. Because that's how the fans are. Assholes. It's the truth. Extremely disappointed in how this is take. Again, it's a fucking scam. I mean, it's literally that simple. Okay, I'm just gonna report these assholes to the FBI. It's that simple. They literally can send my order or not. You know, it's that basic. If you take somebody's money and don't send them the thing that you paid them money for, you are a scammer. Okay, Black Label Society is scamming people. It's literally that fucking simple. I ordered something. You don't have any fucking plans on shipping it. Do something about that. If you do nothing about that, it all just falls back on you at the end of the day. Okay? Clearly, you have Sandbag LTD to sit here and fall back on. Okay? Well, clearly, all you'd have to do is send us your product. If they're not sending it, it ultimately falls on you. So what the fuck are you doing, Blasco? Where you're the band manager and you're just doing jack shit. You can make phone calls and find out about all this is going on and let them know. You know that our merchandise place just literally relocated and didn't say anything and not shipping orders out? You can do this! And make things go smoothly and start communicating. Wow, I guess we should start shipping them ourselves then if they can't, you know. But no, amount of time as new fans become new fans and they're trying, the new album's coming out and they want to buy merch and shit like that. The Engines of Demolition fucking t-shirts are $50 fucking a piece and shit like that. So, the whole point is, this is the experience they're gonna get. They're gonna spend $50 fucking for a t-shirt for this band they just got into, and then they'll never ship the fucking order. Jesus Christ. And then endlessly since forever, all I can remember is going to their concerts and having a miserable fucking time, except when music is playing. Then it's sort of tolerable because I can listen to the music. Other than that, the experience, it smells like fucking piss. The people there are just disgusting, nasty people that treat you like shit. That I would never trust with anything, ever. And then this guy doesn't understand why a bunch of people ripped his guitar apart. Remember the concert where he handed the guitar out and he got all pissed at people because they tore it up and stuff? What? These people are stupid. Oh, and you did that in Paris and they gave your guitar back and nothing happened to it? Yeah, in France, they don't think like this. They don't fight over things. They're like, oh, well, he has it. Give it to him, And in the U.S., no, they're going to fucking yank on that thing until they get it. Because they think you're giving it to them. Instead of you giving it to them to just touch it. Because they're stupid as shit. Yep. And then you get it back, yep, and then you can go look up the clip of Zakk Wylde flipping the fuck out on stage because they tore up his guitar. Because he handed it to them. Okay. Why'd you do that? Are you stupid? I often wonder. Because what do you think is gonna happen? And then you get pissed off. He trashed the stage after that. He did. He trashed it. I swear to God, you can find that video. This guy, he has a problem where he does this too, and he flips the fuck out and trashes shit, so his audience acts like this. And meanwhile, you want to order something and support the fucking band, and they can't even send it. Oh, they're just going to take your fucking money and never send you your goddamn order. Some band, boy, I feel great. I don't feel like a complete dumbass for making this my favorite band and always telling people this is my favorite band. Yeah, I don't feel like a complete jackass totally telling people to listen to this band and everything over the years that I have. Yeah. No, I don't totally feel like a complete asshole now for saying this is my favorite band over the years. Yeah. It's already enough that I felt like an asshole saying Ozzy, because anytime I ever said Ozzy, they just endlessly, the guy that bit the head off of a bat, he's satanic, and then I had to tell them that was actually a fan that threw an unconscious bat on stage, and he just thought it was a toy bat. I had to explain all that because most people are retards, but no, Zakk doesn't even get this. The whole point is, they took my money. And then for an entire month, haven't sent me what I ordered. So literally just somebody that's rich taking the money from the fans and shit like that. Yeah, exactly. The whole point is this is what it all is. If we're not paying shitloads of money for this and that and the other thing, they ain't sending the order right away. They're just going to sit on it for an entire fucking month. Yep. That's the reality. That's why I said how much is enough. Because it admits it in the email. It admits that they're not sending it because, again, it's not of a certain dollar amount or something like that. So what, $300? $400? How much do I have to spend for you to send it? And by the way, if I can track that and trace that's a behavior, trust me, that's illegal too. That's called fraud. Yeah. That's that whole pyramid scheme thing we talked about. Where people can't buy your product, but you'll send it to them, if they pay a certain amount. So what the fuck did I pay? What did I order? Nothing? Huh? Somebody just sends you $200 fucking dollars? We'll just fucking literally nothing. You look like a jackass. You look like an asshole. And again, in one foul swoop, I can sit here and make him look this bad simply looking things up and confirming with emails. So you don't manage your band. Period. It took me this fucking 30 seconds to find this shit and look this up. And type that out. And again, the fucking AI, Gemini is agreeing with me. Yep, they have a history of complaints like this. I can find the Better Business Bureau rating of F and see that other people have also gave them reviews. They don't answer anything when people have questions. And then an entire Reddit thread where somebody placed a Deftones order for Deftones thing. And same thing. An entire month went by. Nothing. The reality is, they probably only sent the order because that person posted that Reddit thread. And they saw it. That's it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm done with it. I'm done. Send a fucking order. I'm reporting it to the FBI. It's that simple. It's literally that fucking simple. It's literally that simple. You are running a fucking scam, and I'm reporting it to the FBI. It's literally that simple. I mean, you can't just not send somebody... It's a month! How fucking long do you need to fill an order? I already went through the process. Order comes in. You scan the order. Oh, look, here's the things. Here's where they're located. You find them. Here's the aisle. You walk down the aisle. Here's the bin. Oh, right there it is. How many is in here? Oh, okay, I need one. Beep, beep. There it is. There's one item. How long does that take? And if somebody orders a few items, how long does it take? A few minutes? And you're saying an entire month goes by. This move just... No, this is fraud. This is a scam. And it's just like the same fucking bullshit that I was comparing it to, where, again, these assholes are buying the vests and branding up. Yeah, they're part of the fucking cult. What a bunch of children. What a bunch of fucking children. Jesus Christ. Oh, dude, we wear a vest and ride a motorcycle. Rum, rum, what a bunch of faggots we are. We're a bunch of faggots. Rum, 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 rum. Yeah, exactly. That entire South Park episode is a bunch of... That entire episode is about the fucking fan base for Black Label Society. That's what it is. Yep. Remember the episode where... everybody was all offended because they thought they wanted gay people out of the town, and they were like, get these faggots out of here and stuff like that. And then they had to call them all in, and then they were like, why do you not want faggots in our town? Why do you not want gay people in our town? And they're like, wait a minute. That's not very nice. Yeah, you don't like gay people? No, you don't like gay people. You're saying you don't want faggots in our town. No. We're not talking about gay people as faggots. We're talking about the guys riding the Harleys, just revving them nonstop, just to be loud and obnoxious. Those are the fucking gay faggots we're talking about. We're not talking about actual gay people. Yeah, like that's not very nice. And that's basically it. Like, that's the point. That whole episode, that you may as well just say these fucking faggots that are the fans of Black Label Society, all it's gonna take is for people not to pay attention to them, and you're not paying enough attention to them, and they gotta rev their bike more and be seen and stand up front and Black Label vest and vrum 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 vrum. Loud music, vrum vrum, loud music, vrum 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 vrum. Yeah, I would not stand for it either. Another entire month is ridiculous and indicative of criminal activity. I agree. It's blatantly obvious Black Label Society is a scam at this point. It has a scam being run around them. Blasco is part of it. They're all running. Look. When you start sharing music, you're taking a musician that isn't doing the music anymore, and he's the ex of this and that, and then he's a manager. He clearly didn't do that thing very well. Why did he move up? He's clearly not doing it. It's that basic. It's just like when I go into Walmart and there's all this shit going on where everybody is not doing their jobs. Like, literally, there's so many fucking things that the company isn't doing. Okay? But on a basic level, even following their own goddamn policies, they're getting it wrong. Okay? This is the CEO. It's that simple. The CEO isn't doing their fucking job. Okay? If I can very blatantly just place an order. Like, I'm just trying to fucking order some fucking merchandise because I'm a fucking fan. And I blatantly get taken advantage of all over again like I always have when anytime I ever do anything having to do with Black Label Society, it's your manager! He's not doing his job! What the fuck does he do? What does he do? What the fuck does he do? He's your friend, so you don't want to call him out and get him to do his fucking job like he should. But meanwhile, he's just sitting there jerking off, not doing his job. That's your job, Blasco. When I order something and Sandbag LTD is like, duh, taking my money, lying, never sending me the order to the point that I'm literally going to report them to the FBI for fraud, that's your job, Blasco. What the fuck are you doing? Fans are ordering things and just an entire month goes by, it's not being shipped. What the fuck are you doing? Are you dumb? Jesus Christ! Own up to it! You're customer service at this point. Stop treating the fans like shit. Oh, I have something to say that's valid and credible, and then I get treated like shit for saying it? Duh! Guess you should have listened to it so that you could sell more t-shirts. Duh! Maybe I'll just let you fall victim to a fucking scam years from now when somebody sues the fucking shit out of your organization. Maybe I should just let that happen. Maybe instead of saying something, I should just let somebody sue the fucking shit out of your organization. Maybe that's what I should do. And by the way, you know, again, I wonder how many people actually realize that Blasco is actually the man. Like, I didn't even fucking know that. Jesus Christ. Blasco? No. No. Nope. The guy that shows up here and there and takes a back seat? Nope. 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 I didn't know much about him to begin with. Nah. Nope. And then the guy that too, the very second, the 1 second that I say one good thing about him ever, I've never talked about him ever, but the one time I do, and I happen to be talking about him, as soon as I mention, oh, Blasco, there's Blasco, that's pretty cool that Blasco's on that, instantly I get a like and there's concurrence in the stream. Yeah, we know how that works. This guy, Blasco, is one of these guys. Yep, that uses fucking like botting and shit like that, and again, the whole point is probably everybody's all in his shit. He has all these trackers, cookies, and stuff like that, all bogging his shit down. Yeah, he don't care. His entire life's on his phone. He doesn't care. He probably has his fucking driver's license stored on that fucking thing. Because a fucking retard. Meanwhile, manage the band. Manage the fucking band. It is absolutely unacceptable that I place an order and just not ship it to, it doesn't matter, just not ship your fucking order. You ordered something from Black Label Society? We're going to take your money and not give you what you ordered. That's what we're going to do. Yep. We're going to take your money and we're not going to give you an order. So you just, again, it's going to get reported to the FBI. It's that simple. You have until the end of the day, which is pretty much come and gone for them already. They should have shipped it. So if they didn't ship it at this point, guess you're shit out of luck. I guess you're fucking shit out of luck. Because you're getting reported to the FBI. That report's going in. There is no fucking ifs, ands, or buts about whether or not I'm reporting this fucking bullshit to the FBI. Because they already are looking for any goddamn crime that they can find. These assholes are trying to make crime happen because nobody's committing crimes, okay? So the fact that this is actually happening, trust me, I'll give them something to do. They will be happy to look into this because, trust me, there are a bunch of blithering fucking idiots over there that are just looking for anything to do. So trust me, when I tell them that, you know, you just sort of stole some money and never shipped the thing, oh, they're going to jump all over. That's blatant theft. And you just run an entire organization off of this. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. And not only that, this is a regular thing. I've had problems with this before. We're not talking about just recently. I already told you that way back, I had a friend that worked at Even Hot Topic where they sell band shirts. You can just buy all these band shirts. Do you have any idea how many times you go into Hot Topic and they would have shitloads of Black Sabbath shirts, shitloads of Led Zeppelin shirts, fucking bands that are ancient. Ancient! Nobody gives a fucking shit anymore. Nobody cares. But they got plenty of that fucking shit. But if I want a band that I actually listen to, Disturbed, Black Label Society, Korn, Sevendust. Nah. They got like 2 or 3 Disturbed shirts. They're sold out. Not the one you want. Korn, it's always the same fucking ones. Yeah, it's always the same fucking ones. Follow the leader. The one that just says Korn. The one with the shadow. It's always the same ones. And then Black Label Society, they won't have them. They'll claim to have them. They'll have like 2 little marquees for it. They'll always be sold out. And that was what would always happen. They would have all these other bands, but they'd completely be sold out of the Black Label Society. So they even had the same problem, even on the store level. Even way back then, back when I was buying them like only a couple of years out of high school, and I'm trying to buy some Black Label Society shirts, going to concerts, trying to support them. But no, always sold out. And even the friend that worked there, he told me they would put the order in, and they would just never ship it. They put the order in, and just months later, they finally have it. Yep. And then they'd sell out that day. Because people would come in and they'd see it and buy it. And sell out that day. Yep. So, your band manager is halting your money flow. It's that simple. Blasco is literally halting your money flow just as that other asshole used to do too. Because they're not dealing with it. They're not actually managing your band. Because I got news for you. Yeah. Managing like the bookings and stuff, that's easy as shit. Oh, what? Black Label Society wants to be booked? Zakk Wylde wants to be booked. He's on tour. Oh, yeah. Great. Nobody's going to argue with that. Yeah, easiest fucking job on the planet. Yep. Yep, the guy that was the guitarist for Ozzy, who just passed away, everybody's going to fucking book this guy. Yep, everybody. Yep, he's on top of the world now. And meanwhile, you can't make it work. You just endlessly fuck it up for him. Fans try to buy the Black Label Society merch? Nope. Maybe possibly his most successful album yet, and they want to buy the merch? Nope. Oh, and then $50 for a t-shirt. $50. So it's already garbage pricing. Garbage. I want to buy a band t-shirt. I can buy a Disturbed t-shirt for $20. Yep. I can buy a Disturbed t-shirt for $20. And it fits better. Yep. Somebody, actually, my Disturbed shirt with the guy on it, with all the red, and it said Disturbed, I had 2. I got one, and it was so popular, a friend of mine way back, he stole it. Now, my second one that I had, when my ex left, she took a bunch of stuff with her. I'm convinced this was one of the things, because, again, this completely vanished as soon as she left. So, the whole point is, everybody loves these shirts. She was always trying to wear it, claiming it was hers and stuff like that. Everybody loves these shirts. And I had to buy a second one. That was my second one that somebody stole. Because this shirt's hard to find. And even that was only $30. 30. So they know this is a shirt that deserves a little more, and they're not going 50, they're going 30. Yeah. So when you do this, and fans that are metal fans in general, and they can make the comparison, they can see how fucking money grubbing you are. I mean, it's absurd. $50 for a t-shirt. Damn it! Damn it! And then you're not even going to ship my fucking order? And then every time I have ever gone to see you, every single time, I can never get up front because there's a bunch of douchebags already there that get pre-entry. They pay out the ass for this, and you know they're not moving. They must be like fucking them wearing a diaper or something, but they're never moving. So my point is, I miss when anybody gave a shit. I feel like Zach would actually see this and laugh and not even care. Like, I'm actually a fan, completely disappointed. He's disappointed me on many levels. Many. I mean, like, wholly aside from the fact that when I met him, it was already difficult enough to get, like, you're always going to be nervous when you meet, you know, and, like, it just, the whole process felt very cold. Very cold. The whole process. All of it. Any concert I ever went to with him, same thing. The whole thing always feels cold. It doesn't feel warm. And I've seen plenty of artists live. It's not the case with them. It's always Black Label Society. I just... So you want to take your kids or your family or something to see him? I don't know, man. Get seats instead of a pit. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But if you do that, you're not going to fucking be able to see shit. That's the problem. I never got seats because he never played at a venue like that where I could have fucking gotten seats. The Sovereign Center, that has a huge area. So I just obviously... I mean, like... There was never a time where I could... You know, just available to get. And then... Usually with Black Label Society, it's the other way around. The seats are really expensive, and they're further back, and the pit's cheap. Yep. So that's what you buy. It's so weird. Yep. And so that's why. Because they have a bunch of trailer park douchebag assholes in the pit acting like trailer park douchebag assholes instead of charging more for that so you get more desirable people in the pit that deserve to be there. They know how to act. They ain't fun douchebags, you know, coming out of the trailer park acting like douchebags. Just Christ. Stop taking the trailer park trash and giving them everything. There's a reason why people call them that. Because they act like it. Stop it. If they were better people, they'd be better people. It's that simple. I mean, like, why wouldn't you just let somebody walk past you in a crowd where they tap you on the shoulder or something like that, and you're clearly doing this to block anybody from doing it. And there's all this space in front of you, and you're just an asshole. Why? So enough's enough. It's been building up too long. Too many fucking problems. And then all of a sudden... At a certain point, somebody's going to start realizing it when you take their money and don't even ship them a product. That's fucking disgusting. Now you're just stealing. Now you're just stealing. And I've been the guy that's bought every album. Yeah. Yep. I buy physical copies of every album. Yep. And he's stealing from the guy that always did that. Wow. So I'm going to leave you with that. I'm pretty fucking pissed off at Zakk Wylde right now. I am. I really am. I'm pretty fucking pissed off at him. Yeah. I sort of am. And it's deserving. It's fucking deserving. What is Blasko's qualification for your band manager? He's clearly doing a bad job. Why don't you hire, I don't know, me or somebody else that cares about your band more? Will do the job better? Why don't you do that? Oh, right, because he's your buddy. And he's going to take advantage of you. Because he's your buddy. Because he knows he doesn't have to, he can get away with this or that. Expect more. Ridiculous. It'd be one thing if these assholes actually responded to give the person that's purchased the item a reassurance that they will in fact ship the item. It's coming. But they're not doing that. They don't answer at all. In fact, they don't answer unless you threaten to report them to the Better Business Bureau. Yeah. So guess what? Since they're already reported there, and this has been going on years, this Sandbag Limited Ltd dumb bullshit has been a problem for years. And I remember them before. I remember them causing a problem for me before where I ordered something and they just fucking lost it. And I didn't say anything. I just didn't, I was like, I don't want to give Zakk, he's going through enough. I think it was around that time the blood center, the thing happened where he was hospitalized. I was like, all right, I'm not gonna, he's going through a lot. I'm not gonna, but enough's enough. This is bullshit. You took my money and didn't even send me the thing that you promised. At this point, I deserve to be refunded and still get my objects. At this point. You shouldn't sit here and take somebody's money for an entire month while not giving them a product. Can you imagine if I went to the store and bought something and just went, well, I guess you'll have it someday. You'll let me know when, here's some money. Let me know, just next month sometime or, 2-3 months from now if the stuff I'm buying is available. Here you go. Here's some money. Do you do that? Is this reasonable? What the fuck? No. So anyway, I'm going to get off here, but my point is that I think they're taking advantage of Zakk, and again, these guys are old. Some of them, you have to understand this, some of them don't know jack shit about technology and stuff like that, and it's very easy to fool them and take advantage. And, I mean, somebody places a fucking order and you're just sitting on it for an entire fucking month. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. There's nothing else to call it except dumb. So, come Come on, do your jobs. Be better. Be better to your fan base. Because I've sat here and supported you even before I knew you had that band. I was supporting you with Oz. All throughout the years. I've always supported. So, and this is what I get. Thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Troll Slayer, for the support. But yeah, I'm gonna get off stream because I'm pretty pissed at Zakk Wylde. Not happy at him. Not happy with this at all. This is fucking ridiculous. And he's on top of the world, enjoying it. Oh yeah, you get to enjoy your... Send the order. If somebody pays you money for something, send an order out. Thanks, guys.